You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My neighbor asked me to feed his cat, but the instructions mention a second cat. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was that the food bowl had been moved. Not far, maybe 6 inches from where I had left it the night before, tucked against the little blue rubber mat in my neighbor's kitchen. But now it sat crooked on the tile, one edge touching the cabinet toe kick. The dry kibble scattered around it in a loose half moon, like something had shoved its face in too hard and backed away fast. From somewhere deeper in the apartment came a soft, wet ticking sound. Not a clock, not the refrigerator. A cat licking something. I stood in the doorway with my spare key still pinched between my fingers, trying to listen past the ordinary noises of the building. Steam pipes knocking in the walls, somebody's shower whining 2 floors up, traffic hissing along Atlantic Avenue outside. Brooklyn in late November had that damp metal smell after rain, and the hallway carpet behind me carried its usual perfume of old takeout, floor cleaner, and one neighbor's incense that always smelled faintly like burnt orange peels. I'm Nora Bell, 32, female, a copy editor who works from a 1-bedroom apartment in Cobble Hill and has turned avoiding inconvenience into something close to a religion. I don't mean that proudly. I mean, I have 3 different brands of batteries in a drawer because I'm afraid of needing help. I mean, I apologize to delivery drivers when they forget half my order. I mean that when my downstairs neighbor asked me to feed his cat for 5 days while he visited his sister in Vermont, I said yes before my brain had finished producing the word no. The cat's name was Milton. That was the whole arrangement, as far as I understood it. 1 cat, 1 orange tabby with a heavy belly, a torn left ear, and the judgmental expression of a retired judge who had seen too much. Milton belonged to Mr. Julian Price, 68, male. My downstairs neighbor in apartment 2B, Julian, was a widower from Manchester, England, with careful silver hair, a soft Lancashire accent, and the delicate habit of knocking on your door like he expected to be turned away. He had lived in New York longer than I had been alive, but still said bin instead of trash and torch instead of flashlight. We had never been close, exactly. We were building close. We signed for each other's packages. We held the front door when the other was carrying groceries. Once, during a blackout, he brought me tea in a thermos and pretended not to notice that I was crying because my phone had died and I couldn't check whether my sister's flight had landed. So when he caught me in the lobby 3 days earlier, wearing a wool coat over pajamas and carrying a bag of coffee like medical equipment, I couldn't brush him off. "Nora," he'd said, standing by the mailboxes with a canvas duffel at his feet. "Terribly sorry to spring this on you. My sister's taken a turn. Could I ask a favor?" The phrase, "taken a turn," did most of the work. He looked exhausted. His scarf was tucked wrong, one end trapped under the strap of his bag. Milton's carrier sat beside him empty, its little metal door hanging open. "Of course," I said, "What do you need?" "Just Milton." He smiled, though it didn't hold. "Food twice a day. Water if he's flung hair in it. Litter if he's made a disgrace of himself. I'll leave everything on the counter." "No problem. He can be dramatic." "I edit debut novelists," I said. "I know dramatic." That got half a laugh from him. He handed me a brass key on a plain ring and a folded sheet of printer paper. "Instructions. I know it's excessive." "I like excessive." He looked at me then, more carefully, like he wanted to say something else, and had decided against it. His fingers lingered on the paper after I had taken it. "If anything seems odd," he said, "you can text me." "Odd how?" "Cats," he said, and gave that fragile smile again. "They make fools of us." That was Julian, polite, private. A little strange in the way old men who live alone with pets are allowed to be strange without anyone investigating too hard. On the first evening, everything had gone normally. Milton had appeared from beneath the dining table like he was late for court. He had butted my shin, complained in a rusty, tobacco-stained meow, and led me straight to the kitchen. I followed Julian's instructions. Half a can of wet food from the fridge, a quarter cup of dry food from the white tub, water rinsed and refilled, litter scooped into the small trash bags under the sink. The apartment smelled like lemon soap, old books, and cat food. Julian had left one lamp on beside the couch, making soft gold pools on the worn Persian rug. On the wall above the mantel were framed photographs. Julian and a woman with brown curls on the Brighton seafront, Julian younger, bearded, holding a baby I guessed was a niece or nephew. Milton stretched across a windowsill, his orange body spilling over the edge like bread dough. The second evening had been normal too, except Milton didn't come when I called. "Milton," I sang, because apparently that is what happens to adults alone in apartments with other people's pets. "Dinner." Nothing. I found him behind the couch, wedged into the narrow space between the radiator and the wall, staring toward the short hallway that led to Julian's bedroom and bathroom. His pupils were wide, black swallowing green. The radiator pinged softly above him, releasing dry heat that made the dust smell warm. "Buddy," he didn't blink. I told myself maybe there was a mouse. Old buildings in Brooklyn are not sealed environments. They are agreements between humans, rodents, and weather. I left his food in the kitchen, and after a minute, heard him pad out and start eating. That should have been the end of my curiosity. It was not. On the third morning, the morning with the moved bowl, I stepped inside and called his name. No orange cat appeared. The wet ticking sound continued from somewhere down the hall. I shut the door behind me quietly. The lock clicked too loud. "Milton, lick, lick, lick." I set my tote on the kitchen counter and looked at the instruction sheet again, though I had already read it twice. Julian's handwriting was tidy, dark blue ink, each line slightly angled upward. "Milton, breakfast 7-9, dinner 6-8. Wet food in fridge, dry in tub. Don't let him into the bedroom closet, he gets trapped. If he hides, shake treats. Normal." Beneath that, in a different pen, black ink, pressed hard enough to dent the paper, was a line I had somehow missed. "Do not feed the second cat, even if it cries." I read it once, then again. The apartment gave a low, settling groan around me. Pipes, timber, the ordinary body of the building shifting in the cold. My thumb moved over the words without touching them. The sentence sat there calmly, as if second cats were a thing you simply mentioned after litter disposal and before emergency contacts. I took a picture of the note and texted Julian. Hey, quick question. Instructions mention a second cat. I thought it was just Milton. The message went blue, no answer. I waited in the kitchen, listening. The refrigerator hummed. A car horn complained outside. Someone on the sidewalk laughed sharply and then coughed. From down the hall came a small sound like a collar tag tapping porcelain. Milton stepped out of the bathroom. At least, I thought it was Milton at first. Orange fur, torn ear, heavy shoulders. Then he turned his head, and I saw his face was wet. Not with blood. Not anything dramatic. Just water clinging to the fur around his muzzle, making it darker, slicked flat. He looked annoyed and scared at the same time, which is a difficult expression for a cat, but not impossible. He stopped when he saw me. One paw lifted. The little bell on his collar trembled without ringing. Behind him, from inside the bathroom, something cried. A thin, high, miserable sound. I have heard cats cry through walls before. Heat, hunger, boredom, the operatic grief of a closed door. This was all of those, and none of them. It rose, pinched off, then started again lower. Milton bolted past me into the kitchen, claws skidding on tile. I didn't move for a few seconds. Then my phone buzzed in my hand so suddenly I nearly dropped it. Not Julian, my sister. Claire Bell, 35, female, lived in Philadelphia with her wife, and a toddler who believed sleep was a rumor. Claire called instead of texting because she had never respected the hierarchy of emergencies. She was a pediatric nurse, which meant she could stay calm while a child vomited on her shoes, but panicked if I didn't answer the phone after 3 rings. I answered in a whisper. Bad timing. Are you whispering because you're working or because you're doing something weird? Feeding Julian's cat. That is both working and weird. There might be another cat. What does that mean? It means the instructions say not to feed the second cat. Claire went quiet for half a beat. I could hear her toddler yelling something about a spoon in the background. Is there a second cat? I heard something. Something like a cat. Yes, Nora, what? Do not go exploring some old man's apartment because of a weird note. I'm not exploring. You're whispering in his kitchen. I am observing. That's worse. The crying came again. Claire heard it. I knew because her voice changed. Was that it? Yeah. Okay, she said. Leave, text him. Call the super if you think an animal is trapped. Don't open doors. The bathroom hallway looked dim from where I stood. Julian had left only the living room lamp on, and the gray morning light from the windows barely reached past the couch. The hallway had a runner rug with little blue diamonds, one corner curled up near the bathroom threshold. I noticed, absurdly, that Julian had taped it down with clear packing tape. The tape had dust stuck along its edges. It could be hurt, I said. It could be a recording for all you know. It could be a neighbor's cat in the wall. It could be none of your business. That last one landed harder than she meant it to. None of your business was the sentence I had lived inside for years. It kept me safe. It kept me polite. It kept me from pressing Julian when he looked frightened in the lobby. It kept me from telling my landlord about the man who sometimes slept in the vestibule because I didn't want to be responsible for what happened next. My private flaw, if we are naming it plainly, was not cowardice exactly. It was fear of becoming involved in anything that would require me to stay involved. Milton had jumped onto the counter and was sniffing my tote, trying to act casual. His tail was puffed to nearly twice its usual size. "I'm going to look from the hall," I said. "Nora, just look. Put me on speaker." "No, put me on speaker, or I'm calling you every 30 seconds until you answer." I put her on speaker, volume low, and held the phone like a talisman. The apartment layout was simple. Front door into living room, kitchen on the left, short hall straight ahead, bathroom on the right, bedroom at the end, closet inside the bedroom, according to Julian's note. No basement, no hidden wings, no gothic nonsense. Just an old rental apartment with crown molding, radiator heat, and a landlord who replaced appliances only after they had threatened legal action. I moved down the hall. The smell changed near the bathroom. Damp towels, bleach, and something sour underneath, like wet cardboard sealed in a plastic bag. The crying stopped as I reached the doorway. "Hello," I said, because apparently I expected a cat to answer in English. The bathroom was empty. White tile. Old claw foot tub with a shower curtain pulled halfway across. Sink with a shaving brush and a tube of toothpaste rolled neatly from the bottom. A small blue bath mat lay bunched beside the toilet, soaked through. The toilet lid was down. On top of it sat Milton's water bowl. That explained his wet face. Maybe he had knocked it in there. Maybe Julian had moved it for some reason. Maybe I was building a horror story out of a cat, a note, and my own bad habit of noticing details. Then something scratched from inside the wall behind the tub. 3 quick scrapes. Pause. 2 more. Claire's voice hissed from my phone. "Leave." I stared at the shower curtain. Its bottom edge trembled slightly, not like something behind it was moving, but like air had shifted in the room. "Could be pipes," I said. "That was not pipes. You're hearing it through a phone." "I'm hearing enough." The scratching came again, lower now, near the baseboard. Then the cry. Close. So close it made the skin along my arms prickle in little separate points, each one aware of the bathroom's damp chill. I backed up. My heel caught the curled rug corner Julian had taped down. For one ridiculous second I windmilled, phone in one hand, Julian's instruction sheet in the other, trying not to fall in a dead man's hallway. No, not dead, visiting his sister, completely reachable except for the fact that he was not answering. My shoulder hit the wall. A framed photograph jumped on its nail. The glass made a small, bright clack. Milton yowled from the kitchen. I swore. "You okay?" Claire demanded. Fine. The photograph had tilted. I straightened it without thinking. It was not one I had noticed before. Julian sat in the same living room, maybe 10 years younger, holding Milton as a kitten. Beside him was a woman I recognized from the mantle photo, his wife, I assumed, with her hand on his shoulder. On the floor near their feet, half cut off by the frame, was a second orange cat. Smaller, thinner, same torn left ear, no collar. I leaned closer. The printed date in the corner of the photo read 2014. Milton was 11, maybe 12, according to Julian. Cats age, obviously. They change shape. They get heavier, slower, more annoyed. But the second cat in the photo looked too much like Milton in the present, and the kitten in Julian's arms looked like Milton too. Two orange cats with the same torn ear, one in his arms, one at his feet, both facing the camera with the same flat, suspicious stare. Behind me, in the bathroom, something hit the inside of the tub. A soft thud. Not loud, not theatrical. Just the dull sound of weight meeting porcelain. I turned. The shower curtain was still. Milton had gone completely quiet. Claire said my name, and for once she didn't sound annoyed. My text to Julian still showed as delivered, not read. I stood in the hall with the note in my hand and my sister breathing through the speaker, and all the normal explanations arranged themselves in front of me like cheap folding chairs. Trapped stray, senile note, typo, old photograph, plumbing, cat behavior, grief, coincidence. Any one of them could hold. All of them together wobbled. There was a choice then, a small one maybe. The kind people later pretend was obvious. I could leave the apartment, lock the door, call the super, and wait in the hall like a sensible person. Or I could pull back the shower curtain just far enough to see whether an animal was hurt. The crying started again. This time, it sounded like it was coming from under the tub. And Milton, from the kitchen, answered it with a low, warning growl. I did not pull the shower curtain back. That's the first thing I need to say, because later, when I was asked to describe the order of events for the third time in a room that smelled like burnt coffee and copier toner, I kept wanting to make myself sound braver or stupider than I was. I wanted there to be one clean mistake, one obvious point where I chose wrong. But that morning, standing in Julian Price's bathroom with my sister breathing through my phone speaker, I did the thing any half-sensible person would do. I backed away. Good, Claire said, though I had not told her I was moving. She could hear my shoes squeak on the tile. Now leave. The cry came again from somewhere under or behind the tub. Thin, hoarse, animal enough to make my chest tighten, but odd in its rhythm, like whoever or whatever was making it had to pause and gather the sound before pushing it out again. Milton growled from the kitchen. I had never heard a house cat make that sound in real life. Not a hiss, not a yowl. A low, mechanical vibration, almost too steady, like an electric razor muffled under a towel. Milton, I called. The growl cut off. Nora, Claire said, I'm going. I turned from the bathroom, stepped over the curled edge of the rug, and stopped at Julian's bedroom door. It was open by maybe 4 inches. That bothered me more than it should have. The note had said not to let Milton into the bedroom closet because he got trapped. But when I'd fed him the first 2 times, the bedroom door had been shut. I remembered that clearly because Julian had taped a little card to it that said please keep closed in the same tidy blue handwriting as the instructions. The card was still there. The door was not closed. His bedroom door's open, I said. Do not say that like it's an invitation. It wasn't open before. Great. Take a picture and leave. The practical part of that advice settled me. Photos, documentation, proof that I hadn't imagined the line about the second cat, the moved bowl, the open door. I raised my phone and took pictures of the hallway, The bathroom entrance, the door with its polite little sign. The flash went off by accident. Everything jumped white. From inside the bedroom, something shifted. Not a cat sound, fabric, a soft drag across the floor. Claire heard me stop breathing. "What?" she said. "What was that?" "I don't know." "Nora, listen to me. Get out." I walked backward down the hall, one slow step at a time, keeping the bedroom door in sight because turning away felt worse. Milton stood in the kitchen doorway now, back arched, tail swollen, his bell trembling under his chin. He wasn't looking at the bathroom anymore. He was looking at the bedroom. That was when my phone rang in my hand. The screen lit up with Julian's name. I almost answered so fast I fumbled it. Julian. For half a second there was only static, then wind or car noise or a hand scraping over the microphone. "Nora," his voice came through thin and broken. "Nora, are you in the flat?" "Yes," I said. "I'm feeding Milton. I texted you." "You need to leave." The words were flat. Not impolite. Not panicked exactly, but stripped down to bone. "I heard a cat crying in the bathroom," I said. "Your note says, leave now." Claire said, "Who is that?" "My sister S on the phone," I said quickly. "Julian, what is going on?" A pause. In the background on his end, I heard a woman's voice far away, speaking too fast to understand. Then a tone, like a hospital machine or a microwave, something electronic and repeating. "Is the bedroom door open?" Julian asked. The apartment seemed to shrink around that question. I looked at the door. Yes, Julian made a sound that was not a word, a small scrape of breath. "Listen carefully," he said. "Do not go in there. Do not touch anything in that room. Take Milton if you can and get out. Take him where? Your flat. Anywhere, just not there. Julian, is someone in your apartment?" He did not answer. "Julian, if the chain is on," he said, "don't open the front door wide. Use the gap first." The chain. I looked toward the apartment door. From where I stood, I could see the brass deadbolt and the chain lock above it. The chain hung loose. I had not put it on. A floorboard creaked inside the bedroom. Milton hissed. I had heard people say adrenaline makes everything slow down. It did not. Everything became too fast and too detailed. The cheap plastic smell of my phone case. The tiny crescent of old soap under Julian's bathroom sink. The radiator ticking 3 times, then stopping. The way Claire kept saying my name, but sounded far away now, like she was calling from the other end of a tunnel. "Julian," I whispered, "there's someone here." "Get out," he said. The call broke into static. Then it dropped. For a moment, none of us moved, me, Milton, whoever might have been behind that door. Then the smoke alarm in Julian's kitchen chirped once. Not the full alarm. Just that weak, exhausted beep they make when the battery is dying. Milton bolted. He shot across the kitchen, hit the cabinet with his shoulder, twisted, and disappeared under the dining table. His claws made frantic little clicks against the wood floor. The suddenness of it snapped something loose in me. I grabbed my tote from the counter, shoved Julian's instruction sheet inside, and moved toward the front door. "Are you leaving?" Claire demanded. "Yes." Good. Don't hang up." "I'm not." I reached for the deadbolt. Before my fingers touched it, someone knocked from the other side. 3 light taps. Not a neighbor's knock. Not knuckles on wood. Metal on wood. Tap, tap, tap. The kind of sound a key makes if you hold it wrong. I froze with my hand in the air. Claire went quiet. The knock came again. Tap, tap, tap. Then a man's voice, low and close to the door, said, "Nora." My mouth went dry in a way that felt physical, as if all the moisture had been drawn from my tongue with a cloth. I did not answer. "Nora, it's Paul from upstairs," the voice said. "Everything okay in there?" Paul Henley, 41, male, lived in apartment 4A above me and worked nights as an EMT for a private ambulance company. He was broad, tired-eyed, and usually kind in the gruff way of people who have seen too many strangers at their worst. I knew him from elevator rides and one horrible Sunday when my smoke detector screamed for 20 minutes because I had burned garlic in a pan. And Paul came down with a step stool and changed the battery without making me feel stupid. He was from Queens, still spoke like every sentence had to push through traffic, and had once told me he slept with earplugs because the building pipes sounded like a skeleton doing push-ups. I moved to the door, but remembered Julian's warning. If the chain is on, don't open the front door wide. The chain was not on. I slid it into place with fingers that didn't feel like mine, then cracked the door. Paul stood in the hallway wearing gray sweatpants, a black hoodie, and unlaced work boots. His hair stuck up on one side. In his hand was a small adjustable wrench. He looked at the chain, then at my face. "What happened?" "There's someone in Julian's bedroom," I whispered. Paul's expression changed, but only around the eyes. EMT face, I thought. The one people use when they have decided not to scare you. "You saw them?" "No." "Heard them?" "Julian home?" "No." "Vermont?" "Maybe. He called and told me to leave." "Maybe." It was weird. The call dropped. From my phone, still in my other hand, Claire said, "Tell him about the note." Paul glanced at the phone. "My sister," I said. "Claire." "Hi, Claire," Paul said automatically. "What note?" I pulled the instruction sheet from my tote and passed it through the gap as far as the chain allowed. Paul leaned in to read, his brow folded. "The second cat. There's crying under the tub," I said, "and the bedroom door's open." Paul looked past me into the apartment. "Where?" "S. Milton." "Under the dining table." There chirped from the smoke alarm. Paul's eyes flicked toward the kitchen. "That battery's gonna drive him nuts." It wasn't doing that before. Could be coincidence. He said it too quickly, and we both heard it. A door closed somewhere inside the apartment. Not slammed, not gentle either, a firm click. Paul straightened. "That the bedroom?" I nodded. "Okay," he said. "Open up. You come out." We call 911 from the hall. I reached for the chain. Milton cried from beneath the dining table. Not his warning growl this time. A startled, painful sound, followed by frantic scratching against wood. I looked back. One of the dining chairs had tipped slightly, not fallen, just shifted enough that its legs scraped the floor. Milton's orange body flashed beneath the table. He was trying to back out, but something had snagged him. "Damn it," I whispered. Paul said, "Leave the cat." The words were practical, correct, infuriating. "I can't." "Nora, you can," Claire said. "You absolutely can." Milton thrashed again, and the whole table trembled. A spoon in the sink chimed against a mug. I saw, in one ugly little mental picture, myself stepping into the hall, shutting the door, and listening to that cat panic on the other side, while whatever was in the bedroom took its time. I saw Julian's face in the lobby, his fingers lingering on the instruction sheet. I saw the empty carrier by his duffel. My whole life, I had been good at leaving things alone. This time, I couldn't tell whether leaving was wisdom or just the old fear wearing a better coat. "I'm getting him," I said. Nora, Claire, and Paul said together. "I'm getting him, and then I'm leaving." Paul swore under his breath. "Fine, keep the door open on the chain. I'm calling 911. "No," I said sharply, though I couldn't have explained why. Maybe because the word police turned the situation from weird into real. Maybe because I imagined Julian's private apartment filling with uniforms, his grief, his strangeness, his note about a second cat turned into a joke in someone's report. Maybe because some stubborn, foolish part of me still wanted a normal explanation to arrive before consequences did. Paul stared at me through the gap. "There might be a person in there." "I know. Then we call. Just give me 30 seconds. "I'm not giving you." From inside the apartment, a phone rang. Not mine, not Paul's. A landline. The sound came from the bedroom. One ring, shrill and old-fashioned, then another. Julian had a landline. I had noticed the phone on the small desk by the living room window, beige plastic coiled cord, the kind that looked like it belonged under a stack of utility bills. But that phone was in the living room. This ring came from behind the bedroom door. Paul heard it. His face hardened. "Open the door," he said. "Now, to the hall." "Yes." I slid the chain back with shaking hands. The instant the door opened wider, Milton screamed. I have no better word for it. It wasn't a meow. It was a tearing sound, full-throated and human enough that Paul shoved past me before I could object. "Where?" "Kitchen." He moved fast for a tired man in unlaced boots. I followed because my phone was still on speaker, and Claire was shouting now, words tangling with the ringing from the bedroom and the smoke alarm's thin chirp. Under the dining table, Milton had wedged himself between the wall and the radiator pipe. His collar was caught on something beneath the old wooden radiator cover, a jagged bit of broken lattice that Julian had probably meant to fix and never had. The cat twisted, making it tighter. Paul dropped to his knees. "Don't pull him," he said. "He'll choke." I wasn't. "Hold the chair." I grabbed the nearest chair and dragged it back. The legs shrieked against the floor. Milton clawed Paul's wrist as Paul reached under the radiator cover. 4 red lines opened across his skin. Paul didn't flinch. Yeah, I know," he muttered. "Everybody's mad." The bedroom phone stopped ringing. The absence of it hit harder than the sound. Then, from behind us, the bedroom door opened another inch. I saw it in the reflection of the microwave first. A thin, dark line widening. I turned. Paul was still working Milton's collar loose. "Paul," I said. He glanced back. The bedroom door eased open to maybe 8 inches and stopped. No one stepped out. No face appeared in the gap, but something came through at floor level. A strip of paper pushed slowly across the hallway runner. It slid out, paused, then advanced another inch. White printer paper, folded once. Paul's hand went still under the radiator cover. The only sounds were Milton's ragged breathing, Claire saying, "What is happening?" through my phone, and the wet little drip from the bathroom faucet that I had not noticed until now. "Don't touch it," Paul said. I knew he was right. I also knew there were only two possibilities that made sense. Either someone was inside Julian's bedroom pushing notes through the door, or the paper had been left wedged there and shifted loose from the movement of the door. One was worse. The other was still bad. Paul freed the collar with a sharp snap of plastic. Milton shot out from beneath the table and slammed into my shins. I scooped him up badly, awkwardly, his back claws raking my forearm. Pain flared hot and immediate. He was heavier than I expected, all muscle and panic, and he smelled like wet fur and old dust. "Hall," Paul said. "Now." We moved together toward the front door. Then the building lights went out. Not just Julian's apartment. The hall, too. The rectangle of light from the open front door vanished. The refrigerator stopped humming. Somewhere above us, a woman cursed. A child shouted. The old building made a deep electrical sigh as power dropped out of its walls. Emergency lights did not come on. Of course they didn't. The landlord had promised to fix them after the last outage. He had promised a lot of things. In the sudden dark, Milton exploded in my arms. His claws sank into my shoulder. I gasped, lost my grip, and he launched away from me. I heard him hit the floor, skitter, and vanish down the hall. Not toward the front door, toward the bedroom. "Milton," I shouted. Paul grabbed my sleeve. "No, we're leaving." But the front door, which had been standing open, swung shut by itself. The latch clicked. For one stupid second, nobody moved. Then Paul reached past me in the dark, found the knob, and twisted. It did not open. "What?" I said. He tried again, harder. The door rattled in the frame. "Chain," I whispered. No, the deadbolt had turned. From the outside, Paul slammed his palm against the door. "Hey, open this." No answer from the hall. My phone screen glowed in my hand, Claire's call still alive, her voice tiny and frantic. The bedroom door creaked behind us, and from inside that dark room, very close to the floor, the second cat began to cry again. The dark made the apartment smaller. That was the first thing I understood. Julian's place had never been big, but with the power out and the front door refusing to open, every wall seemed to lean in by a few inches. The living room was behind us, dimmed to a blocky gray by the rainlight coming through the front windows. The kitchen was to our left. The short hallway ran straight ahead, with the bathroom on the right and the bedroom at the far end. The bedroom door sat open in that hallway like a mouth that had decided not to finish speaking. Paul had one hand on the front doorknob and the other flat against the doorframe. "Deadbolt S thrown," he said, from outside. "Feels like it." "How?" He didn't answer, which was honest and somehow worse. My phone screen lit the underside of my hand. Claire's voice came through thin and furious. "What does that mean? Deadbolt's thrown, Nora. What does that mean?" "It means we're locked in," I said. No, that's not a thing. Call 911. "I'm on the phone with you." "Hang up and call 911. Paul turned sharply. "She's right. Call." The second cat cried again from inside the bedroom. It came low near the floorboards. A small, tearing sound, then a cough. Not a cat coughing up a hairball, not exactly. Wetter, throatier. Milton answered from somewhere down the hall with a growl. Paul swore. "That cat is going to get himself killed." The word killed made Claire start talking again, but I couldn't follow her. My attention had gone to the front door, where the deadbolt knob on the inside sat horizontal instead of vertical. I stared at it. "Paul," I said, "the deadbolt S not thrown." He felt around for it. "What? It's open." The deadbolt had not turned. The latch should have released. Paul twisted the knob again, harder this time, and the door shifted half an inch before catching with a thick wooden thunk. "Something's blocking it from the hall," he said. "Like what?" "Wedge, chair, foot. I don't know." He put his shoulder into it. The old door groaned in its frame. From the hallway outside, something scraped. Not in the apartment. Outside. Paul stopped. We listened. A muffled voice drifted through the door from the building stairwell. Female. Annoyed. "Hello? What the hell?" Then 3 heavy knocks hit the outside of Julian's door. Paul leaned close. "Who's there?" "It's Marisol." "Why is there a chair in the hall?" Marisol Vega, 59, female, was the building's first floor neighbor and unofficial supervisor of everyone's business. She was Puerto Rican, born in Sunset Park, widowed, and moved through the building with the steady authority of someone who had once managed a public school cafeteria and never fully retired from giving orders. She wore bright lipstick even to take out trash, and had a laugh that carried through the radiator pipes. I had seen her scold delivery drivers, teenagers, and once our landlord's nephew, all with equal confidence. "Marisol," Paul called, "the door's jammed from your side." "I can see that. There's a damn chair under the knob." My stomach dropped. "A chair," I said. Paul looked at me. Marisol grunted outside. Wood dragged over hallway carpet. The knob loosened in Paul's hand. "There," she said. "Try now." Paul opened the door 2 inches before it caught again, this time on the chain. The chain. I had slid it open before Paul came in. I was sure of it. Now it was latched from the inside. A little strip of brass across the gap, neat as a smile. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Paul said very softly, "Nora, I didn't put it back." "I know." Marisol pressed her face near the gap, one eye visible through the slit. "Why is the chain on?" "It wasn't," I said, her eye sharpened. "What's going on in there?" "We need you to call 911, Paul said. "I already did." Whole building's out, and somebody screamed. "They said lines are busy, but they're sending someone." "Did you see anyone in the hall?" Paul asked. "Just the chair tipped under the knob. Wasn't there 10 minutes ago." "Anyone go downstairs. Power went out. People are moving around." "Stay there," Paul said. "I'm not going anywhere," Marisol said, offended. "I've got my flashlight." The flashlight beam stabbed through the door crack, thin and bright, catching dust in the air. For 1 second, it lit Paul's scratched wrist, then my forearm, where 3 red lines had swollen up from Milton's claws. My shoulder throbbed under my shirt. The scratches stung in a hot, dirty way. Paul reached for the chain latch. Before he touched it, Milton screamed from the bedroom. This time it came from behind the door, not the hallway, not the kitchen, behind the bedroom door. Paul and I turned together. The bedroom door, which had been open 8 inches, was now closed. The brass chain rattled against the front door as Paul jerked back. "I'm opening this, and we're leaving." "Milton S. in there. Forget the cat." "You don't mean that." "I mean we are not dying for a cat." Nobody had died. Nobody had even been attacked, not directly. But the word fit into the apartment too easily. I reached for the chain because my body had decided to be useful, even if my brain had become a room full of alarms. My fingers slipped on the brass. Sweat. Blood. I wiped my hand on my jeans and tried again. The latch would not move. "It's jammed," I said. Paul leaned in, tried it, then braced his foot against the baseboard. The chain plate had shifted somehow, twisted under pressure, one screw partly pulled out and wedged at an angle. Maybe when the door was forced against the chair. Maybe from age. Maybe from whoever had shut it. Marisol's flashlight bobbed outside. "What are you doing?" "Chain's stuck," Paul said. "Break it." "I'm trying not to take the frame with it." The frame. That was the first failed attempt, the front door. We had a neighbor outside, help supposedly coming, a clear exit 6 inches away, and we still couldn't get through it. Paul pulled, shoved, twisted the plate, and only managed to tear one screw another 1/4 inch from the wood. The chain held. The old door frame made little cracking sounds, but did not give. Behind us, from the bedroom, Milton made a sound I had never heard from him. Not pain, not exactly. A plea. I stepped back. "We need another way out." Paul rounded on me. "There isn't one. The fire escape." Julian's living room had 2 front windows facing the street. His bedroom, at the rear, had one window overlooking the narrow back courtyard where trash cans, rusted bikes, and a single doomed hydrangea lived under 3 stories of brick. Fire escapes zigzagged down the back of the building, bolted to the exterior wall. Mine had one too, outside my bedroom window upstairs. I had used it exactly once when I locked myself out, and Paul had climbed down to let me into my own apartment, muttering about lawsuits the whole time. Paul looked toward the living room windows. Front windows don't have access. Bedroom does. His jaw tightened. "Of course it does." Claire, still on the phone, said, "No, do not go toward the bedroom." "We're not going in," Paul said. "We're checking if the window can be reached from outside." "That makes no sense," Claire snapped. "It makes building sense," Paul said. "If I can get the bedroom window open from the fire escape, you'd have to go through the bedroom. Not if I can get out front, climb around. Climb around what?" He didn't answer because there was no good answer. Julian's apartment did not connect to the rear fire escape from the front. The only access was the bedroom. The map of the place sat in my head, simple and cruel. Front door blocked, kitchen no window large enough, living room windows to the street with no fire escape, bathroom with a tiny frosted window painted shut, bedroom at the back with the only real secondary exit. The trap was not elaborate. It was a rental layout and one bad door. Paul took my phone. "Claire, I'm going to use this to call 911. "No, don't hang up," she said. "I'm not asking." He ended the call. The sudden absence of my sister was almost physical, like someone had removed a hand from my back. Paul dialed 911. The call failed. He tried again. Failed. "No service?" I asked. "1 bar, emergency call should go. Power outage. Cell towers don't die because one building loses power." He tried a 3rd time, walking toward the living room window. "Come on, come on." I heard, faintly, through the front door, Marisol talking to someone in Spanish. Then another neighbor's voice joined hers, male and irritated. The building was waking into the emergency around us. Paul held the phone high near the window. The call connected. 911, what is your emergency? His shoulders dropped half an inch. We're trapped in an apartment at 214 Atlantic adjacent, Cobble Hill, Cross Street, Henry. Possible intruder, power outage, one door jammed. We need police and fire. The dispatcher asked questions. Paul answered in the clipped, practiced way of someone used to giving reports. Adult male and female inside, possible animal distress, possible person in bedroom, no visible weapon, injuries minor scratches, one exit blocked, neighbor outside the door. Then the line crackled. Paul's face changed. Hello, hello, the call dropped. He looked at the screen. No service. That was the second failed attempt, call for help. Partial at best. Enough that someone might come, not enough to know when, not enough to know what they understood. Police and fire could be 5 minutes away or 20. In New York, during an outage, with elevators stopped and traffic snarled, 20 could stretch. Did they get the address? I asked. I think so. You think? I gave it. I don't know what got through. The folded paper still lay near the bedroom door, pale in the dim hallway. I had forgotten about it until then. Paul saw where I was looking. No. It might be instructions. It might be bait. That's not a real thing, says the woman trapped in a cat apartment. He was right to be angry. I was angry too, but mine had nowhere clean to go. It moved around under my skin, bumping into guilt, fear, embarrassment. My arm hurt. My shoulder hurt worse. The apartment smelled stronger now with the power off. Cat food warming on the counter, old dust, damp bathroom, the faint sourness from behind the tub. The smoke alarm chirped again. Paul flinched. I'm going to rip that thing off the ceiling. Then the smoke alarm chirped twice more, and from the kitchen came a smell that was not cat food. Hot plastic. Paul noticed at the same moment. Do you smell that? Yes. We moved into the kitchen. My phone flashlight cut a narrow cone over the counters. The coffee maker sat unplugged. Toaster, microwave dark. Stove old but gas, with 4 black grates and a kettle on the rear burner. One burner knob was turned halfway. No flame. Paul lunged and twisted it off. Gas, I whispered. Maybe, don't use lights. Don't flip switches. We already used flashlights. Phone lights are fine. Electrical switches are not. He bent near the stove and sniffed, then pulled back. I don't know. Could have been bumped. By who? He didn't answer. The crying from the bedroom stopped. That bothered me more than when it had been going. Paul went to the kitchen window, which opened onto a narrow shaft between buildings, not wide enough for a person. He shoved it up 3 inches. Cold, wet air came in, carrying the smell of garbage and rain. Ventilation, he said. Should we open the front door crack too? With the chain, yes, we did. The hallway outside was now a jittery stage of flashlight beams and half-seen neighbors. Marisol was there in a purple robe and sneakers, hair wrapped in a scarf. Beside her stood Evan Doyle, 26 male, a tenant from 3C who worked in restaurant management and always seemed to be either coming home at dawn or leaving at midnight. He was Irish-American, pale, blonde, and holding his phone like a weapon. What's happening? Evan asked. Gas might be on, Paul said. Don't light anything. Jesus. Where's the super? I asked. Marisol snorted. Raffi S. in Queens until noon. I called him. He said, use the spare key. I have the spare key, I said. The building spare. There's a building spare. Marisol's expression told me everyone but me knew this. In the lockbox by the basement stairs. Can it open the chain? Paul asked. No, genius, it opens doors. Then it doesn't help. Evan crouched by the gap. I can try to kick it. Paul shook his head. Not with gas possible. Not with the chain angled like that. You'll splinter the frame and maybe make it worse. Worse than trapped. Worse than trapped with sparks. Evan stood back. That was when the misdirection happened. A shadow moved behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door. I saw it. Paul saw it. Marisol saw my face change and turned her flashlight too late. The shape slid across the pale glass. Tall, narrow, head bent forward. A person's silhouette. I made a sound I would prefer not to remember. Paul grabbed the wrench he had dropped near the kitchen doorway and stepped in front of me. Hey, he shouted. Come out now. The shadow jerked. Something crashed in the bathroom. The apartment erupted. Marisol shouted. Evan started kicking the lower part of the front door despite Paul yelling not to. I backed into the counter hard enough to send a stack of mail sliding onto the floor. Paul moved down the hall with the wrench raised. Don't, I said. He kept going. At the bathroom door, he stopped, listened, then pushed it open with his foot. A broom fell out. Just a broom. It had been leaning behind the door, and when the building shifted, or Evan kicked the door, or the bathroom draft moved through the cracked window, it slid across the frosted glass and toppled into the sink. The head was the mop attachment looped over the handle. The crash was the toothbrush cup hitting the tile. Paul stood there breathing hard, shoulders tight, and lowered the wrench. Okay, he said. Okay. It should have been funny. It would have been in another life. But relief only lasted half a second before the bedroom door clicked. Not opened. Locked. A small, definite turn of a latch. Milton was inside. Paul's face went flat. Now we have to open it, I said. No, he's trapped in there. He's a cat. There may be gas leaking. He's a cat, Nora. And there may be a person in there with him. Paul wiped his scratched wrist on his hoodie, leaving a dark smear. That's my point. Something slid under the bedroom door again. The folded paper moved farther into the hall. This time, there was no mistaking it. It came in little pushes. An inch, pause, another inch. Then a tool followed it, a screwdriver. It rolled once on the runner and stopped against the wall. Philip's head, red handle. Paul stared at it. Marisol, outside the front door, whispered, Mother of God. Evan said, Is someone in there? Paul crouched, careful not to step too close. He picked up the screwdriver with the sleeve of his hoodie and held it under the phone light. There was tape around the handle. Black electrical tape, worn shiny from use. Julian S., I asked. Could be. Why would someone give us a screwdriver? To open the chain, Paul said. We looked back at the front door. The chain plate had 2 visible screws on our side. The answer was so obvious, it felt insulting. We had been pulling and twisting at old brass when we could simply unscrew them out. Paul hurried to the door and fitted the screwdriver into the first screw. It turned. Once. Twice. Then the handle slipped. Damn it. What? Screw S stripped. He tried the second. It turned halfway, then stuck. Come on, he muttered. The smell of gas or hot plastic or panic inventing both seemed stronger. My head had started to ache, a dull pressure behind my eyes. My arm pulsed where Milton had cut me. The small muscles in Paul's jaw jumped as he worked. Outside, Marisol kept up a commentary of anxious orders. Careful, don't break it. Break it if you have to. Evan, stop breathing on my neck. Move. Then, from the bedroom, came Julian's voice. Nora, every person in and outside that doorway went silent. My name came again, muffled by the bedroom door. Nora, please. Not a recording quality. Not through a phone. A human voice in the room at the end of the hall. Julian's voice. Paul slowly lowered the screwdriver. He's in Vermont, I whispered. You don't know that, Paul said. I talked to him. You talked to a phone. The bedroom door handle twitched once, then again. Nora, the voice said, don't let them in. Paul turned to me. Do you have Julian's number in your recents? Yes, call it. With shaking fingers, I tapped his name. The phone rang in my hand. From inside the bedroom, a phone rang at the same time. Once, twice. The voice behind the door stopped. My call went to voicemail. Julian's recorded greeting filled my speaker, cheerful and mundane. You've reached Julian Price. Do leave a message, and I'll get back to you when I can. Inside the bedroom, the ringing stopped when the voicemail began. Paul and I stared at each other. The point of no return arrived quietly, not with a scream, not with a face at the glass, with a knock from the bedroom window, 3 taps, metallic, from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Paul turned toward the sound. That's the fire escape, he said. No one could reach Julian's bedroom window from inside the building, except through that room. Someone was on the fire escape outside. Then Milton screamed from behind the locked bedroom door, and the smoke alarm finally gave up chirping and went into a full, shrill alarm. The front door chain still held. The kitchen smelled wrong. The only usable exit was through the room we had been warned not to enter. And the knocking at the bedroom window came again, harder this time, as if whoever was outside had decided they were done waiting. The smoke alarm did not sound like warning. It sounded like punishment. A flat, drilling shriek filled Julian's apartment, bouncing off the kitchen tile, the narrow hall, the framed photos on the walls. It made every thought smaller. It made conversation into fragments. Paul covered one ear with his shoulder and kept working the screwdriver against the chain plate, teeth clenched, the phone flashlight shaking in my hand. Hold it steady, he snapped. I am. You're not. I'm trying. The screwdriver slipped again. The stripped screw gave a bright metallic squeak and refused to turn. From behind the bedroom door, Milton screamed once, then went quiet. That silence decided it, not the alarm, not the smell from the kitchen, not the knocking at the bedroom window. Milton going quiet did what every reasonable argument had failed to do. It moved me. We're opening the bedroom, I said. Paul looked at me like he might actually yell. No, the fire escape is there. Milton is there. Someone is at the window. Exactly. We can't stay in here if the stove was on. I turned it off. And if whoever turned it on turned something else on. Paul looked toward the kitchen. He knew. His practical brain had already arrived where mine had stumbled. We were pinned between 2 bad choices. wait by a jammed front door in a dark apartment that might have gas in the air, or open the room Julian had warned us not to enter. Outside the front door, Marisol shouted over the alarm, "What's happening?" "We're going for the bedroom," Paul called. "No, you are not. Call 911 again." "I am on hold." Evan yelled something behind her, but the alarm chewed it up. The knocking at the bedroom window came again. Tap, tap, tap. Not frantic. Measured, patient. Paul grabbed my wrist before I could move down the hall. His hand was slick with blood from Milton's scratches. "Listen to me," he said, close to my ear. "You stay behind me. If there's a person, you run back to the door. You do not argue. You do not try to save anything cute. You run. My whole exit is a chain. Then you get behind Marisol's flashlight and scream until somebody breaks it." That was Paul's version of tenderness. I nodded, picked up the kitchen chair nearest us, and held it in front of him like a shield, legs pointed outward. I took the only thing I could think of, Julian's kettle from the stove. It was heavy, metal, still warm against my palm. Ridiculous weapon. Better than empty hands. The hallway felt longer than it had any right to be. Bathroom on the right, dark, except for a smear of gray at the little frosted window. Bedroom straight ahead. Runner rug under our feet. Folded paper on the floor by the wall. Red-handled screwdriver near the front entry, abandoned. The smoke alarm made the air vibrate. Paul stopped at the bedroom door. The knob was old brass oval with a keyhole beneath it. He tested it. Locked. "Move," he said. He stepped back and kicked just below the knob. The first kick shook the door but did not open it. The second splintered the frame. From inside came a scramble of claws. "Milton," I shouted. The third kick burst the latch. The bedroom door flew inward and hit something soft. A person grunted. Paul drove the chair forward. "Back," he shouted. Everything happened in pieces. The room smelled wrong. Sweat, cat urine, dust, wet wool. The curtains were drawn, but the bedroom window stood half open to the fire escape, rain blowing in around the frame. A narrow figure stumbled behind the door, one arm raised against the chair legs. Not Julian. Younger, thinner. Dark hair flattened to his forehead. A gray hoodie, black jeans, one boot unlaced. For one impossible second, he looked more frightened than frightening. Then he shoved the chair sideways and lunged. Paul took the impact in his left shoulder. They hit the dresser together. Bottles jumped, something glass shattered, and the old landline phone clattered off a nightstand that had been shoved beside the bed with an extension cord running under it. The man tried to claw past Paul toward the hall. Not toward us, toward the front door. "Don't touch me," he said. His voice cracked on the words, high and British around the edges. "Get off me," Julian's voice. Not exactly. Younger, rower, same shape in the vowels. I froze. Paul did not. He hooked an arm around the man's waist and drove him down onto the rug. The man kicked backward, heel catching Paul in the shin. Paul cursed and lost his grip. Milton shot out from under the bed. He was low to the floor, orange fur puffed, one paw held wrong. He streaked past my ankles and vanished down the hall. A second orange cat followed him. Smaller, thinner, no collar, torn left ear. It moved like a scrap of fire through the room, slid under the broken bedroom door, and disappeared toward the bathroom. The sight of it knocked the breath out of me harder than the man's lunge. Not because it was impossible, because it was. It was only a cat. A real cat. Filthy, underfed, terrified. The kind of answer that did not comfort you because it explained one thing and made the human part worse. The man grabbed for the windowsill. Paul seized his hoodie. The fabric stretched. "Who are you?" Paul barked. The man twisted, and in the slice of light from my phone, I saw his face properly. Hollow cheeks, stubble, a healing cut over one eyebrow, eyes too bright and unfocused. He looked at me. "You're Nora," he said. My name in his mouth made my fingers tighten around the kettle handle. "How do you know that?" He said you'd come. He laughed once, breathless and ugly. "Good little neighbor. Always says yes." Paul slammed him back against the dresser. "Name?" "Elliot," he spat. "Elliot Price. This is my father's flat." Elliot Price, 42, male, Julian's adult son, had not appeared in any story Julian ever told me. He was British born, but had the blunt, nasal scrape of someone who had spent plenty of years in New York too. His clothes hung from him. His hands shook even when he wasn't fighting. He smelled like rain, cigarettes, and something medicinal gone stale. He looked like a man who had been sleeping in pieces. "Why are you hiding in here?" I asked. He smiled at me with no warmth. "Because he changed the locks." Another knock hit the window behind him. Louder, Elliot flinched. Paul heard that flinch. "Who's outside?" Elliot's smile vanished. "Nobody." The window rose another inch from outside. A hand appeared on the sill, dirty fingers, a silver ring. Then a woman's voice, low and furious, came through the gap. "Elle, open it." Paul shifted his grip. I raised the kettle like I knew what to do with it. The woman outside pushed harder. The sash stuck, swollen by rain, then jumped up 6 inches with a wooden shriek. A face appeared in the opening, pale, sharp, wet hair pasted to the cheeks. She looked at us, at Elliot pinned by Paul, and immediately tried to climb in. Paul shouted, "Stay out." She did not. She got one knee over the sill. I don't know why I moved toward her instead of away. Maybe because Paul's hands were full. Maybe because the smoke alarm had turned my thoughts into short, stupid commands. "Stop her. Stop the window." I swung the kettle, not at her head. I am glad of that now. I swung at her hand on the sill. The kettle hit her knuckles with a dull, awful sound. She screamed and fell backward onto the fire escape grating. The whole metal platform rang. Elliot went wild. He bucked under Paul, got one arm free, and drove his elbow into Paul's ribs. Paul folded just enough for Elliot to scramble loose. He came toward me fast. I stepped back. My heel landed on the curled runner rug. The same taped corner my ankle rolled. Pain flashed white up my leg. I went down hard on my hip, the kettle clanging away. Elliot's hand closed around my forearm, right over Milton's scratches. I screamed, not loud enough to cut through the alarm, but enough for him to grin. "Keys," he said. "Where are his keys?" "I don't." "Where?" Paul hit him from the side. They crashed into the bed. The bed frame slammed the wall. A framed photo fell and broke. The mattress shifted, exposing the space beneath. Under the bed were things, not dust boxes, bags, a black duffel, 2 plastic grocery bags stuffed with prescription bottles, Julian's empty cat carrier, a flat metal cash box, a coil of rope, a roll of black electrical tape, and a little bowl of dry food for the second cat. Elliot had been living there. Not constantly, maybe, not comfortably, but enough. Enough to know the apartment's sounds, enough to know the hallway, enough to wedge a chair under the front knob during the outage, enough to turn on a stove knob and make us desperate. The woman outside pounded the window frame with her uninjured fist. "Elle move." Paul and Elliot grappled on the bed. Paul was stronger, but Elliot was slippery with panic. He clawed at Paul's face, caught him under one eye, and blood ran down Paul's cheek. I tried to stand. My ankle refused. A useless, hot wobble. I crawled instead. The phone lay near the dresser, flashlight still on. Screen cracked across Claire's missed call notification. Beside it, Julian's landline handset dangled from its cord, making that old disconnected tone. The ringing from earlier had been here because Elliot had moved the extension into the bedroom. Julian's phone, Julian's voice, Julian's son. No ghost. No impossible cat. Just family damage with tools. I grabbed the phone and saw one bar. Claire was calling again. I answered. "Nora," she screamed. "Bedroom," I gasped. "Julian's son. Fire escape. Call police. Tell them." Elliot tore free from Paul and kicked the phone out of my hand. It hit the wall and went dark. Then Milton came back. Not heroically. Not like a movie animal with a plan. He came limping into the bedroom because he was a panicked cat and his hiding places had been ruined. He slipped between Elliot's legs as Elliot turned toward the window. Elliot stumbled, cursed, and grabbed at the curtains. That half second gave Paul time. He tackled Elliot low, around the knees. They went down beside the bed. The woman outside had one arm through the window now, reaching for the latch, trying to pull herself in despite her injured hand. I saw the red-handled screwdriver on the floor near the broken doorway. Paul must have kicked it down the hall earlier, or maybe I had. It lay half under the runner, black tape on the handle shining in the phone light. I crawled to it. My ankle throbbed so hard I tasted metal. The woman outside got her shoulder through the window. I pulled myself up using the bedpost. The screwdriver shook in my hand. "Get out," I said. She looked at me and laughed, short and breathless. She was maybe 38, female, American, with the gaunt, defensive face of someone used to doors closing in front of her. Later, I learned her name was Tessa Mal. In that moment, she was just another person forcing her way into a room that had become too full of threat. "You don't know what he took," she said. "I know enough." She reached for me. I stabbed the screwdriver into the wooden window frame beside her hand. Not her skin. Wood. Then I levered down with all my weight. The old sash dropped. It hit her forearm. She screamed and jerked back. The window slammed almost closed, pinning her sleeve, not her arm. She tore free, stumbling backward onto the fire escape. The metal stairs outside rattled as she retreated upward or downward. I couldn't tell. Elliot heard her leaving. "No," he shouted. He twisted under Paul and reached toward the window. Paul locked both arms around him from behind. "Stop fighting." Elliot drove his head backward. It caught Paul in the mouth. Paul's grip broke. Elliot crawled toward the window, dragging one leg, sobbing now. Not from pain, from fury, from desperation. I looked at the broken bedroom door. Hall beyond, front door chain still trapping us. Marisol's flashlight bobbing through the crack. The screwdriver, the chain. I could not fight Elliot. I could not climb the fire escape. I could not trust the gas smell not to become something worse. But I could open the front door. I crawled past Paul and Elliot, out of the bedroom, down the hall. Every movement sent pain up my ankle. The smoke alarm screamed above me. Milton darted past toward the kitchen, the second cat behind him, both of them wild-eyed and low. At the front door, Marisol saw me and shouted, "Nora, Jesus, your face." "Chain," I said. I shoved the screwdriver into the first screw on the chain plate. It slipped. I tried again. Behind me, Paul shouted. Elliot answered with a choked cry. Wood cracked in the bedroom. The woman on the fire escape yelled something from outside. The first screw would not turn. I went to the second. It moved. Half turn. Another. My hand was slick. I wiped it on my shirt and left blood there. Marisol pushed her fingers through the gap, trying to steady the chain from the other side. "Come on, baby," she said, not to me exactly, to the screw, to the door, to the whole rotten building. The screw dropped. The plate shifted. The chain went slack. "Again," Marisol said. I attacked the stripped screw, not turning it now, but prying, jamming the screwdriver under the edge of the plate, and using the loose side as leverage. The wood split. Once. Twice. A long crack ran down the frame. The chain plate tore free. The door burst inward, and Marisol caught me before I fell into the hall. Fresh air hit my face. Hallway air, dusty, sweaty, full of neighbors and flashlight beams, but not that closed-in bedroom smell. Not gas, not urine, not Elliot's breath in my ear. Evan stood behind Marisol with a fire extinguisher he must have taken from the stairwell cabinet. Paul appeared in the hallway behind me, staggering backward out of the bedroom, blood on his mouth and cheek. Elliot was in front of him, half dragged, half shoved, one arm twisted behind his back. Paul had used the black electrical tape from under the bed to bind Elliot's wrists. It was messy. It would not hold long. "Help," Paul barked. Evan moved. Elliot kicked him in the knee, and Evan went down hard, but Marisol swung her flashlight into Elliot's shoulder with a crack that made him howl. Paul drove him into the wall and held him there. "Enough," Paul said, voice thick through his split lip. "Enough." Downstairs, finally, sirens cut through the rain. Real sirens, growing closer. Nobody relaxed. Not yet. From inside Julian's apartment, the smoke alarm screamed on, absurdly alive after everything else had gone dim. Milton limped into the hall and crouched beneath Marisol's robe, shaking. The second orange cat hovered just inside the apartment doorway, ribs showing under filthy fur, torn ear flattened, watching us with an expression so like Milton's that, for one exhausted second, I understood how a lonely man could turn grief into rules, and rules into warnings nobody else could parse. Elliot saw the second cat. His face crumpled. "Should have fed him," he muttered. Then he laughed, or sobbed, or both. Paul slid down the wall, still holding Elliot until Evan and another neighbor took over. I sat on the hallway carpet with my ankle swelling inside my shoe and my scratched arm burning, listening to sirens, the alarm, Marisol cursing softly in Spanish, and the two cats breathing under all of it. The conflict was over in the practical sense. The door was open. Help was coming. Elliot was restrained. Tessa had fled down the fire escape, though someone below shouted that she had made it only as far as the first landing. But Julian's bedroom remained open behind us, spilling its evidence into the hall. The duffel, the cash box, the tape, the stolen prescriptions, the cat carrier, the little bowl under the bed. And on the floor near the broken frame, the folded paper still lay unopened. I stared at it while the sirens arrived. I no longer wanted to know what it said. The first police officer through the door stepped on the folded paper. I remember that more clearly than I remember the sirens, or the questions, or the way my ankle swelled until my shoe looked like it belonged to someone else. The paper lay just inside Julian's broken bedroom doorway, still folded once, still clean except for one gray smear from the officer's boot. He was moving fast, one hand on his radio, the other out in front of him, as if the apartment might rearrange itself. "Ma'am, stay in the hallway," he said to me. "I am in the hallway. Stay more in the hallway." I would have laughed if my throat had not felt scraped raw. The building had come fully awake by then. Doors stood open on every floor. Flashlights bobbed in the stairwell. Someone's dog barked itself hoarse upstairs. The power was still out, so the whole scene existed in slices. Police beams crossing the walls, red light from the ambulance pulsing through the lobby windows, Marisol's purple robe, Paul's bloody mouth, Evan sitting on the bottom step with an ice pack pressed to his knee, and the dazed expression of a man who had thought the morning would involve coffee and nothing else. Firefighters arrived behind the police and did the sensible things no one in panic does correctly. They shut the gas main to Julian's stove. They opened windows. They pulled the smoke alarm down and killed the shrieking battery. One of them checked the hallway chain plate, now hanging by splintered wood, and said, "Landlord's going to love that," in a voice that suggested the landlord deserved worse. Nora Bell, 32, female, was what the officer wrote down when he asked for my name and age. I was sitting on the hallway carpet with my back against the wall, my left ankle wrapped in a towel full of melting ice, my forearm scratched and tacky with drying blood. I told him I lived upstairs. I told him Julian had asked me to feed Milton. I told him about the instructions. When I said the words, "second cat," the officer looked at me for half a second too long. Then the second cat walked out of Julian's apartment and sat in the hall. It was not dramatic. No one screamed. The cat simply appeared, skinny and damp, orange fur clumped along his sides, torn left ear flattened, eyes reflecting every flashlight at once. Milton followed a few steps behind him, limping but upright, his collar hanging loose where Paul had snapped the clasp. The two cats did not touch. They sat near each other with the rigid discomfort of relatives at a funeral. "Okay," the officer said quietly. "There's the second cat." Marisol crouched and clicked her tongue. "Poor thing." "Don't grab him," Paul said from the wall opposite me. His voice was thick because his lip had split. "Scared cats bite." Marisol gave him a look. "I have I've met cats before you were born. Paul's mouth twitched, then he winced. Paul Henley, 41, male, was treated by the paramedics in the hallway because he refused to get into the ambulance until they had checked me first. That was Paul all over. Irritatingly useful. His cheek needed butterfly strips. His lip was swollen. EMT who examined his ribs told him he probably had a bruise, maybe a small crack, and Paul said, "Great, I'll put it with the others." His scratched wrist was cleaned and wrapped. He watched the police move through Julian's apartment with the tense stillness of someone who hated not being allowed to help. Elliot Price did not leave quietly. They walked him out in handcuffs with a blanket over his shoulders because he had started shaking after the fight. He looked smaller in the hallway, less like a threat, more like the kind of man you might avoid on a subway platform without knowing why. His eyes flicked from me to Paul to the cats, and when he saw Milton sitting by Marisol's slippers, his face twisted. "That one always got fed," he said. One of the officers guided him forward. "Tell him," Elliot said, turning back toward the apartment. "Tell him I know where he kept it." Nobody asked him what he meant right then. They were too busy getting him down the stairs without letting him slam his shoulder into the wall. Tessa Malley, 38, female, was found on the first floor fire escape, landing with one hand wrapped in the sleeve of her coat and her forearm bruised from the window sash. She claimed she had only come because Elliot called her, said his father had locked him out of his own money, and threatened to hurt himself. She said she did not know about the cats, the gas, or the chair under the door. She said many things. Some of them may even have been true. The police did not look impressed. Julian called again while the paramedics were taping my ankle. This time, a detective answered my phone before I could. "Mr. Price," she said, "this is Detective Alana Ruiz with the NYPD. We need you to tell us where you are." I watched her face while she listened. Detective Alana Ruiz, 44, female, was compact, sharp-eyed, and calm in the deliberate way people are calm when they want you to borrow some of it. Wore a navy raincoat over plain clothes and had a little notebook that never seemed to leave her hand. Her questions were not unkind, but they were exact. She made you feel that guessing was a form of lying. "He says he's at Dartmouth Hitchcock," she told another officer, covering the phone. "Sister admitted last night. He's got discharged desk staff who can confirm he's there." Then she walked into the living room for privacy, and I heard only pieces. "Your son is in custody." "No, sir, not dead." "Yes, both cats are alive." A pause, then softer. "Mr. Price, why did you leave a neighbor in this position?" That question stayed with me. Why did you leave a neighbor in this position? Julian arrived the next afternoon, pale and unshaven, with hospital smell clinging to his coat and guilt sitting on him so visibly that even Marisol did not start with yelling. He came to my apartment because I could not manage stairs easily, and because my doctor at urgent care had told me to elevate my ankle, clean the scratches, and come back if the redness spread. No fracture, a bad sprain, tetanus shot, antibiotic ointment, a printed sheet about cat scratches that made every symptom sound like the beginning of an organ failure. I was on my couch with my foot on 3 pillows when Julian knocked. Not rang, knocked. 3 careful taps. For 1 second, I was back in his apartment, hearing metal on wood. Then Claire said from my kitchen, "I'll get it." Claire had driven up from Philadelphia the same night, still in navy scrubs under a puffy coat, her hair clipped badly at the back, and her face set in that older sister expression that meant she had been scared enough to become angry for several hours. She opened the door with a mug in her hand and stared Julian down. Julian Price, 68 male, looked smaller than I remembered. His silver hair was flattened on one side. He held a grocery bag in both hands like an offering. "Nora," he said, "I am so sorry." I hated that he sounded sincere. It would have been easier if he had sounded defensive. Claire stepped aside without welcoming him. Julian came in and stood near the coffee table, not sitting until I said, "Please sit down before you fall over." He lowered himself into the chair by the window. For a while, nobody spoke. The refrigerator hummed. Claire stirred tea too hard in the kitchen. Outside, Atlantic Avenue traffic ran through puddles, tires making that steady wet hush that had been ordinary before, and now seemed almost suspiciously calm. "The second cat's name is Arthur," Julian said finally. I looked at him. Arthur was my wife's cat, Milton's brother, same litter, same torn ear because they fought a raccoon when they were young and both lost the argument. He smiled faintly, then lost it. "Arthur ran away 3 years ago. Or I thought he did." "He was in your apartment." "Yes, under your tub." Julian folded his hands. They shook. "There's a gap behind the bath panel, old plumbing access. I found signs of him weeks ago. Food missing, litter disturbed. I thought I was losing my mind. Then I saw him one night. He'd been coming through a loose panel from the service shaft." Claire came in holding 2 mugs. "Why not call animal control?" I tried to catch him myself first. "Why tell Nora not to feed him?" Julian looked at me then. "Because Elliot had been using him." The room seemed to tighten around that sentence. Julian told it badly at first, in broken pieces, and then more clearly when Claire stopped him and made him start at the beginning. Elliot was his son from his first marriage. There had been years of addiction, treatment, relapse, theft, apology, silence. Julian had changed the locks 2 months earlier after prescriptions disappeared. And after Elliot showed up demanding money, Julian said he did not have. Arthur, the second cat, had become proof Elliot could still get inside. "He'd defeed him from the bedroom window," Julian said. "Leave food near the service gap." Arthur learned to cry there. Elliot knew I'd hear him. He knew I'd open doors. "So the note," I said. "I thought if Arthur cried, you might try to feed him and leave a window or door open. I thought if you ignored him, Milton would be all you had to manage." Julian shut his eyes. "I thought Elliot was gone." "He was." "No." "Why didn't you tell me any of this?" The question came out quieter than I wanted. Julian looked at the grocery bag in his lap. "Because saying it made it real. Because I was ashamed. Because I convinced myself I had contained it." He swallowed. "Because you were kind, and I used that." Claire made a small, sharp sound from the kitchen doorway. I did not defend him. I also did not forgive him right then. Forgiveness is a thing people talk about like flipping a light switch. It is not. Sometimes it is closer to repairing a floorboard. You test it with your weight for a long time. The legal part unfolded over the next week in the slow, unsatisfying way real consequences do. Elliot was charged with unlawful entry, reckless endangerment, menacing, and several theft-related counts after the police matched prescription bottles and documents from the cash box to Julian and 2 other tenants. Tessa was charged too, though less heavily. The building management suddenly discovered urgency and replaced the emergency lights, repaired the front door, checked gas lines, and sent an email full of concern that did not include the word liability. Paul missed 2 shifts because of his ribs and was furious about it. Evan's knee turned purple, but not serious. Marisol became a local celebrity for about 36 hours, which she accepted as overdue. Milton needed stitches in one paw. Arthur needed everything. A vet in Park Slope shaved mats from his fur, treated an infection in his left ear, and said he was underweight, but not beyond repair. Julian cried when he heard that. He did not do it loudly. He turned toward the exam room wall and covered his mouth with one hand. For several days, I thought I would never again step into Julian's apartment. Then, on the 6th evening, I did, not alone. Claire came with me because she was still sleeping on my couch, and pretending it was not ruining her back. Paul came too, limping less, but complaining more. Julian stayed in the hall, as if he understood that his presence inside would make the rooms feel smaller. The power was on. The bedroom door had been replaced with a cheap hollow core one that did not fit the frame quite right. The bathroom smelled like bleach instead of damp cardboard. The clawfoot tub panel had been screwed shut with new metal brackets. I fed Milton in the kitchen. Just Milton. He limped over, ate 3 bites, then turned and stared toward the hall. From Julian's bedroom came a tiny sound, not crying, a scratch. Claire went still. Paul looked at me. I walked down the hall slowly because my ankle still hurt and because fear sometimes deserves to be approached at an ordinary pace. The bedroom door was open. Inside, Arthur sat in a new crate with a blanket, water dish, and a towel over half the top to make it feel safe. He was the one scratching, one paw testing the wire. His torn ear flicked when he saw me. "There," I said, more to myself than anyone. "Just Arthur." Nobody laughed. We finished feeding the cats and left. At my apartment door, Julian cleared his throat. "Nora," I turned. He held out the brass spare key. "I don't expect you to take it." I looked at the key in his palm. Small, ordinary, too much weight for its size. "No," I said. He nodded, hurt but accepting. Then I added, "Give it to Marisol." From downstairs, as if summoned by insult, Marisol called. I heard that. For the first time in days, I smiled. Life tried to become normal again after that. It always does, even when you resent it for trying. I went back to work with my foot propped on a cardboard box under my desk. Claire went home after making me promise to answer all calls for the rest of my life. Paul changed my smoke detector battery without asking and left a spare on my counter. Julian sent short updates about Milton and Arthur. Never too many, never with expectation. I kept the photo I had taken of the original instruction sheet. I don't know why. Most nights I forgot about it. Some nights I opened it and looked at the line in black ink. "Do not feed the second cat, even if it cries." The police eventually returned the folded paper from Julian's hallway. It had not been a threat. Not exactly. It was a note in Elliot's handwriting, written before we broke into the room. Tell him I know about Brighton. That was all. Julian said he did not know what it meant. Maybe he lied. Maybe grief has rooms even family cannot enter, and shame keeps its own locked closets. Maybe Brighton was money, or an affair, or a storage unit, or only a word Elliot thought could hurt his father enough to open the door. I did not ask again. I had learned something about doors. Months later, when my ankle had mostly healed and Milton had regained his full courtroom dignity, I passed Julian in the lobby. He was carrying 2 bags of cat food, one tucked under each arm. Arthur's was a prescription diet in a pale blue bag. Milton's was the expensive kind, with a smug-looking cat on the front. "Evening, Nora," Julian said. "Evening." We stood together by the mailboxes while rain tapped lightly against the glass front door. Building smelled like floor cleaner, old radiator heat, and someone's garlic dinner. Ordinary smells, almost from somewhere below us, through the pipes or the walls or the imperfect seams of the building. A cat cried. Julian's face changed before he could stop it. So did mine. Then Milton yowled from inside his carrier upstairs, offended by some private inconvenience, and Julian exhaled. "Milton," he said, "always dramatic." "Cats," I said. "They make fools of us." We both smiled a little. Neither of us moved for another second. We listened until the sound did not come again. Then Julian went downstairs, and I went up, and the building settled around us with its old wooden creaks and pipe knocks, ordinary as breathing if you didn't listen too closely. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing I noticed was the quarter. Not the machine, not the sound, not even the way the fluorescent light above the folding tables kept fluttering like a tired eyelid. Just a quarter, rolling out from under washer 8 in a slow little wobble, crossing the cracked gray tile, and stopping against the toe of my sneaker like somebody had flicked it at me from underneath. I stood there with a mop in one hand and a trash bag in the other, staring down at George Washington's profile, wet with something that wasn't water. It was black and thin and smelled faintly like burnt rubber. Washer 8 kept spinning behind me, steady and loud, making that deep helicopter thump industrial washers make when a load is off balance. Except there wasn't a load in it anymore. I had emptied it 20 minutes earlier. At least, I thought I had. My name is Maddie Keller, 29, female, born and raised in Western Pennsylvania. And I've worked the closing shift at Suds & Sons Laundromat on East Carson Street in Pittsburgh for almost 4 years. South Side gets loud at night. Bars dump people onto the sidewalks after midnight, buses sigh at the curb, and delivery trucks scrape through alleys like they're trying to squeeze between bad decisions. A laundromat fits there. People need clean clothes, no matter how messy their lives get. Suds and Sons wasn't one of those bright, spotless places from commercials. It had 12 washers, 10 dryers, a vending machine that ate dollar bills, and a bathroom customers kept treating like a dare. The front windows were always fogged at the corners from heat and detergent steam, and the whole place smelled like dryer sheets, damp socks, bleach, and the old coffee bitterness of the break room pot. I liked closing because it gave me a simple list: wipe down machines, empty lint traps, sweep, mop, lock up, go home. Simple tasks, clear endings. That mattered to me. I'm not good with things that don't end when they're supposed to. Arguments, bills, voicemails from my mother that start with, "Don't panic," but the leak in my apartment ceiling that my landlord kept promising to fix. My father's hospital stay 3 winters ago that became hospice before any of us knew what conversation we were really having. I like switches that click off, timers that reach 0, doors that latch. Washer 8 did not click off. Timer read 0000 in dull green digits, but the drum kept turning, slow now, as if it had forgotten the rest of its instructions. The front glass was scratched from years of zippers and belt buckles. Through it, I could see the stainless steel cylinder rotating empty. No clothes, no soap, just that lazy metallic blur. I tapped the stop button with my knuckle. Nothing. "Come on," I said, because I talk to machines more politely than I talk to most people. The washer kept spinning. I pressed stop again, harder. The button gave its soft rubber click. Still nothing. From the back office, Eddie called. "You fighting with 8 again?" Eddie Loomis, 56, male, from Munhall, Pennsylvania, was my manager in the technical sense, and the closest thing the place had to a night watchman in the emotional sense. He had a silver mustache, knees that cracked when he stood, and a way of pretending every problem was smaller than it was until somebody else got scared enough for both of them. He was doing receipts at the desk, his reading glasses pushed high on his head, his pirate's hoodie stained with the permanent grease marks of a man who believed every repair could be handled with WD-40 and a prayer. "It's still running," I said. "It always sounds like that when the bearings get hot. The timer S at 0. Then it's spiritually finished." Eddie. He appeared in the office doorway holding a calculator. The old fluorescent tube above him buzzed and popped, making his face flicker in pieces. He looked past me at washer 8, then at my mop, then at the quarter by my shoe. "What's that? A quarter?" "I know what a quarter is." It came out from under the machine. He walked over slowly, like the floor might ask him to commit to something. When he crouched, his knees made that damp little celery snap. He picked the coin up between 2 fingers and frowned at the black smear on it. "Grease," he said. "From where? Machines have grease. Not usually money grease." He gave me a look over his glasses. "You want a scientific answer at 11:48 at night." I wanted a lot of things at 11:48 at night. A working washer, a landlord with a conscience, my father alive long enough to complain about how expensive parking was at UPMC. But I said, "I want to know why it won't stop." Eddie wiped the quarter on his hoodie. which did nothing but make his hoodie worse. Power surge maybe, board froze. It's still spinning with the door unlocked. That got his attention. I hadn't tried the door yet. I reached for the handle before thinking better of it, and Eddie caught my wrist. "Don't," he said. It was the speed of his hand that bothered me. Eddie moved slowly by habit, saving his knees, saving his back, saving his temper. But he grabbed me fast. We both looked at the washer. The drum turned behind the glass with a low, patient hush. Metal against air. Motor under strain. A faint clicking somewhere inside, too regular to be debris, too soft to be normal. Eddie let go of my wrist. "Kill it from the breaker," he said. "You just told me it was spiritually finished. Now I'm saying it's electrically annoying." The breaker panel was in the narrow service hallway behind the dryers, next to shelves of bulk detergent, toilet paper, and a cardboard box full of mismatched socks nobody had claimed since winter. The hallway always felt 10 degrees warmer than the front, and the dryer vents hummed in the wall like insects trapped behind plaster. I set the mop against a dryer and followed him. Before we got there, the front door chimed. Not the nice electronic kind. Ours was a brass bell screwed above the frame, sharp and old-fashioned, the kind that made every entrance sound like a small accusation. A woman stepped in carrying a blue IKEA bag, so full it dragged against her thigh. Nina Delgado, 34, female, originally from Cleveland, but living 2 blocks over on Sarah Street, came in most Thursday nights after her late shift at UPMC Mercy. She worked housekeeping there, wore her hair pinned tight, and had the exhausted posture of someone who spent all day cleaning up after strangers and still had to do her own laundry afterward. Her left hand held the bag. Her right held a phone with a cracked screen and a cartoon sticker of a frog wearing sunglasses. "Closed?" she asked. "In 12 minutes, I said. She shut her eyes. "Maddie, please," Eddie muttered, "technically 11 minutes. I looked at Nina's bag. Scrubs, towels, maybe sheets, heavy stuff. "Dryers only?" I asked. "Wash and dry." My kid threw up on everything. I mean everything. Blanket, pillowcase, my hoodie. Somehow a curtain. Eddie sighed through his nose. Nina heard washer 8 then. Her eyes shifted past me. "That one's still going. Board issue," Eddie said quickly. "Is there stuff in it?" "No," I said. Eddie looked at me. Nina looked at Eddie. The washer kept turning. Outside, a car rolled past with bass rattling its windows. For a second, the whole laundromat vibrated in layers. Dryer hum, fluorescent buzz, washer 8's endless rotation, street music fading toward 18th Street. Then the car was gone, and the sound of the washer seemed bigger because it had survived everything else. Nina adjusted her grip on the laundry bag. "I can come back tomorrow." I knew she wouldn't. Or she would, but it would cost her sleep she didn't have and money she couldn't spare. Suds and Sons wasn't charity, but I had stopped pretending this job was only about quarters and lint traps. People came in here at the ragged edges of their day. They came in after hospital shifts, kitchen shifts, double shifts, breakups, bedbug scares, basement floods, and custody weekends. Sometimes clean clothes were the last normal thing they could manage. "Use washer 4, I said. "Quick cycle." "I'll keep the door unlocked," Eddie said. "Maddie, it's one load. It's closing. Then I'll close late. Nina gave me a tired little smile. I'll fold fast. I can fold like the wind. Eddie made a noise that meant he disapproved, but was too tired to build a whole sentence around it. He pointed toward washer 4. No bleach in the small machines. People keep pouring it like soup. Nina held up 2 fingers. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. I watched YouTube. She moved toward the machines, and I followed Eddie into the service hallway. The breaker panel door stuck when he pulled it open. It always did. Paint had dried along the hinge before I started working there, and every time it opened, it made a soft, tearing sound, like old tape coming off skin. Eddie scanned the faded labels. Front lights, dryers 1 through 5, dryers 6 through 10, washers 1 through 6, washers 7 through 12. He tapped the last switch. There, flip it. He hesitated. Eddie, I'm thinking you're stalling. I'm respecting electricity. You once fixed the change machine with a butter knife and learned respect. He flipped the breaker down. The service hallway went quieter at once. Not silent, never that. The dryers still tumbled on their separate line. The Coke machine in front still buzzed. Nina's keys jingled as she loaded washer 4. But from the front row, the heavy thump of washer 8 cut out. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Then the thump started again. Not immediately. That would have been easier to process. There was a pause, maybe 3 seconds, long enough for my brain to file the problem under solved and reach for the next task. Then washer 8 spun back up with a rising whir, soft at first, then fuller, the motor catching like a car starting on a cold morning. Eddie's hand stayed on the breaker. He looked at me. I looked at him. From the front, Nina said, is that supposed to happen? Eddie flipped the breaker up, then down again. The overhead light in the service hall blinked. Washer 8 kept running. He slapped the breaker once with the heel of his hand. Don't hit the electricity, I said. I'm not hitting electricity. I'm hitting the panel. That feels like a legal distinction. He stood there with his jaw tight. This was the first moment I saw him look genuinely unsure. Not scared exactly. Eddie had the kind of face that converted fear into irritation before anyone could identify it. But something in his shoulders changed. They rounded forward. He stopped making jokes. Could be mislabeled, he said. Then what did we just turn off? From the front, Nina's washer 4 went dark. She looked at the blank panel, then at us. Mine, sorry, I called. 1 second. Eddie flipped the breaker back up, and washer 4 beeped back to life. Washer 8 kept spinning, same as before. I walked back into the main room, wiping my damp palm on my jeans. The air had thickened with detergent steam from the machines that were still running. The windows showed black glass and faint reflections. Me in my green suds and Suns polo. Eddie behind me with his hoodie and calculator. Nina in purple scrubs feeding quarters into washer 4. On the other side of the window, East Carson still moved like nothing strange could happen in a place with a vape shop, a tattoo parlor, and a pizza counter all within half a block. I crouched in front of washer 8. The timer still read 0000. I pressed my ear close, but not against the glass. Inside the turning drum, something clicked once per revolution. Tick, spin, tick, spin, tick. It sounded like a zipper pull tapping metal, or a fingernail. I hated that my mind went there. That was the flaw in me I kept dressed up as practicality. I could make grocery lists during a tornado warning, but give me one unexplained sound in a closed room, and I'd build a whole disaster around it, brick by brick, until I couldn't see the door anymore. My mother called it being prepared. My last boyfriend called it living under a smoke alarm. He wasn't wrong. He just said it like he was tired of ducking. I stood. "Did anyone use this tonight?" I asked. Eddie rubbed his mustache. "Couple people. That college guy with the duffel, Mrs. Hanley with her towels. Maybe that construction fella. The one with paint on his boots could have been plaster." Nina shut the lid on washer 4 and leaned against it as water began to rush inside. "Maybe something S caught in the drum, like a bra wire, empty drum," I said. "You looked." I unloaded it. "What was in it?" I opened my mouth. Then I closed it. I remembered emptying washer 8. I remembered the wet slap of clothes into a rolling basket. Dark hoodie, jeans, white t-shirts gone gray from age, a towel with a bleach stain shaped like Florida. I remembered checking the drum afterward because Eddie drilled that into me. Check for baby socks, keys, lip balm, money, anything that could melt or clog or complain later. But I couldn't remember who owned the load. That shouldn't have mattered. Customers left clothes all the time and came back annoyed, as if we had personally delayed them. I usually moved finished loads after 10 minutes, with a note on the machine and the basket parked in camera view. I looked toward the folding tables. There were 3 baskets there, one with Nina's empty IKEA bag folded inside, one with Mrs. Hanley's towels already collected and gone, one blue rolling cart near the vending machine full of dark clothes, washer 8's clothes. "Someone hasn't picked up," I said. Eddie followed my gaze. "College kid, maybe." The clothes sat in a damp slump, giving off that sour mineral smell wet denim gets when it sits too long. On top was a black hoodie turned inside out. The tag had been cut off. Beneath it, a pair of jeans with one knee torn. Ordinary. Annoyingly ordinary. Nina nodded toward the cart. Could be they started another cycle by accident and left. "With no clothes in it," I said. She shrugged. "People do weird things when they're tired." That was true enough to be useless. I went behind the counter for the machine log. Eddie still made us keep one on paper, even though the owner had installed payment tracking software 2 years ago, and then stopped paying for the subscription after month 3. The log was a spiral notebook stained with coffee rings and detergent powder. Customers didn't sign anything unless they used drop-off service, but we kept notes when a machine jammed or someone complained. Washer 8 had a history, not a dramatic one. No cursed machine nonsense, just repairs. Door latch replaced in February. Drain pump cleaned in March. Error code E17 twice in April. Customer says clothes smell like pennies written in Eddie's blocky handwriting 3 weeks ago. I pointed to it. Pennies, he squinted. Could have been the water line. Did you fix it? I flushed it. Did that fix it? Nobody complained again. That's not the same answer. Nina came closer, arms folded. The water in washer 4 sloshed behind her. Why would clothes smell like pennies? Metal, Eddie said. Old pipes, rust. Blood smells like pennies, Nina said. Nobody spoke for a second. She made a face. Sorry, hospital brain. Eddie shut the notebook. We're not doing that. Doing what? I asked. Turning a busted washer into a crime scene because it makes a funny noise. Funny noise. The drum ticked again. I looked up at the security camera dome in the corner above the change machine. Check the footage. Eddie's expression folded into deeper irritation. The cameras are for deterrence. That means fake. That means sometimes the system doesn't save when the hard drive is full. Is it full? He didn't answer. Eddie, I was going to clear it Sunday. It's Thursday. I know the calendar, Maddie. Nina lifted her phone. I can record it, just in case. Just in case what? Eddie asked. In case it explodes, and I need proof for TikTok. You are not putting my laundromat on TikTok. It's not yours. Emotionally, it is. Despite myself, I laughed once, small, too sharp. It broke the pressure for half a second. Then washer 8 changed speed. It didn't stop. It accelerated. The drum blurred behind the glass, the soft tick becoming a faster scrape, 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 and the washer shifted forward a fraction of an inch. The rubber feet squealed against the tile. A bottle of blue detergent on top trembled, walked toward the edge, and fell. It hit the floor with a plastic crack. Nina jumped back. Eddie swore and grabbed the machine with both hands, as if his body weight could argue with a commercial washer. Unplug it. I moved before thinking. Each machine had a service plug behind it, low on the wall, reachable only if you pulled the washer out or got your arm into the narrow gap between machines. Washer 8 sat between 7 and 9, bolted into a row, but not as securely as it should have been. Eddie had complained about that for months. Owner doesn't want to pay for anchoring unless one walks away, he'd said. Now it looked like it might. I dropped to my knees. The tile was wet from the spilled detergent, slick under my palms. The smell hit hard, fake lavender and chemical sweetness. I reached into the gap between washer 8 and washer 9, shoulder pressed against cold metal, fingers searching blind along the wall. The washer vibrated against my arm, hard, my teeth clicked. Careful, Nina said. I'm trying. The plug was there. I felt the thick cord, followed it back, found the head. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. I pulled. It didn't move. Eddie, it's stuck. Wiggle it. I am wiggling it. Not like that. You can't see my hand. I can sense poor technique. The machine lurched again, and my wrist banged against the edge of the metal panel. Pain shot into my thumb. Not terrible. Enough to make me hiss and yank my arm back. A red line opened along the inside of my wrist, shallow, but immediate, beating with blood. It was beside me fast. Let me see, I'm fine. That's what people say right before they drip on the floor. She took my hand gently, but with the authority of someone who cleaned hospital rooms and had seen enough injuries to rank them by inconvenience. It's a scrape. Wash it, bandage. After we unplug that thing. Eddie had stopped holding the washer, not because it had calmed down, because he was staring at the glass. I followed his eyes. Something small and pale flashed inside the drum. Once. Gone. The cylinder spun too fast to see clearly, but there was something in there now, or something had been there all along and only caught the light at the right angle. Not clothes, not metal, not a sock, a rectangle maybe, off-white, slapping against the inside wall with each rotation. Nina whispered, "Is that paper?" Eddie said. "Could be a dryer sheet." "It's a washer," I said. "People put things where they don't belong." The machine began to slow again, not because of anything we did. It eased down from that violent blur to a heavy churn, then to the same steady, stubborn spin it had held before, as if the burst of speed had been a tantrum, and now it was pretending nothing happened. The off-white thing disappeared into the rotation. I stood there with my scraped wrist pressed against my shirt, listening. Outside, someone laughed on the sidewalk. A young man's voice, bright and drunk, followed by the clack of a skateboard over cracked pavement. Normal sounds, human sounds. They made the laundromat feel staged around us, like a set that had forgotten which story it belonged to. Eddie picked up the fallen detergent bottle and set it upright. His hands were shaking just enough that the blue liquid inside trembled. "I'm calling the owner," he said. "At midnight. He owns a laundromat. Midnight is part of the package." He went behind the counter, took out his phone, and muttered through the contact list. Nina looked at me. "You okay?" "Yeah." "You're doing the thing where you say yeah with your mouth and no with your face. I don't like machines that ignore being turned off. That feels reasonable." I looked at washer 8 again. "You should probably go, and leave you two with the haunted appliance. It's not haunted, I know, but electrical fire appliance doesn't roll off the tongue." Her washer beeped once, continuing through its cycle. Water churned behind the round glass. Ordinary laundry, real laundry, the kind that finished. Eddie came back with the phone to his ear. Straight to voicemail. "Call maintenance," I said. "Maintenance is a guy named Ron who doesn't answer after 9 unless there's smoke. Tell him there might be smoke soon." Eddie lowered the phone and stared at the machine again. The timer changed. For a second, I thought I imagined it. Green digits flickering from 0000 to 0001. Then 0002. Counting up. Nina saw it too. "That's not great." Eddie stepped closer. "That display board's fried." "Why is it counting up?" "Because it's fried in a counting up direction." The digits blinked. 0003. The drum spun. Tick. 0004. Tick. 0005. I looked at the cart of abandoned clothes. The black hoodie turned inside out, the jeans with the ripped knee, the white t-shirts sitting wet and cold under the bad light. I looked at the camera dome that might not be recording, the breaker that hadn't cut power, the plug I couldn't pull free, the small pale flash inside a machine that should have been empty. There were choices that made sense. Lock the door, put up a sign, leave the washer spinning, and let Eddie deal with the owner in the morning. Call the fire department and sound ridiculous. Call the police and sound worse. Pull the machine apart ourselves, which was exactly the kind of thing that turned small problems into emergency room stories. My wrist stung. Lavender detergent spread across the tile in a glossy blue puddle. Washer 8 counted upward like it was timing us. 0009. Nina's voice came quieter this time. "Maddie, what do you want to do?" That was the worst part. She asked like I was in charge. I looked at Eddie. He looked older under the flickering light. "We either wait outside and call it in," I said, or we open the back panel and see why it's still getting power. Eddie shook his head before I finished. No, we do not open commercial equipment while it's running. Then we call it in. And tell them what? The truth. He laughed once, without humor. The truth sounds stupid. Washer 8 ticked. 0014. The pale thing flashed again behind the glass, just once, like a note pressed to a window from the wrong side. Nina swallowed. Eddie stopped laughing. I picked up the mop handle, not because it was useful, but because my hands wanted something solid. We need to decide, I said. The bell over the front door gave a tiny movement in the draft, though the door was closed. Washer 8 kept spinning, and the timer kept climbing. Wait outside and call it in sounded reasonable until Eddie tried to open the front door. He pushed the crash bar with his hip, still holding his phone in one hand, and the door moved maybe half an inch before it caught with a hard metal clack. The brass bell above it gave one thin, irritated ring. Outside, East Carson Street looked close enough to touch. Wet pavement reflecting red brake lights, a couple crossing toward the pizza place, the blue-white glow of the tattoo shop sign. Eddie pushed again. Clack. What did you do? Nina asked. Eddie turned around. Why would you start there? Because you're touching it. I didn't do anything. My name is Maddie Keller, 29, female, and I was still standing beside Washer 8 with a mop handle gripped in both hands like a cartoon security guard. My scraped wrist had started to sting in pulses. Blue detergent had spread across the tile near my knees, making the floor shine under the buzzing lights. Washer 8 kept spinning behind me, no faster than before, no slower, its timer climbing. 0031. Tick. 0032. The numbers were too calm. That bothered me more than the noise. Eddie Loomis, 56, male, our night manager, shoved the door again with more shoulder this time. He was from Munhall and built like a man who had once been broad, and now mostly carried that history in his posture. He had spent half his life fixing things badly enough that they worked, and managing people by insisting nothing was urgent until it absolutely was. The door didn't open. Nina Delgado, 34, female hospital housekeeper, and mother of a sick 8-year-old at home with a neighbor, set her phone down on top of Washer 4 and walked over. She was still in purple scrubs, her hair pinned tight, her face drawn with exhaustion. There was a tired steadiness to her that made panic look impolite. "Is it locked?" she asked. "It's a push bar," Eddie said. "That's the point. Can it jam?" "Anything can jam if it hates you enough." I stepped around the detergent puddle. "Let me try." Eddie moved aside, but not far. He didn't like surrendering a problem. I pressed both palms against the crash bar and leaned in. The door gave that same half-inch and stopped like something outside was holding it. Not locked from the inside. Blocked. I bent and looked through the gap. At first, I saw only the dark rubber weather strip and a stripe of sidewalk. Then something pale shifted at the bottom of the door, low and wedged tight. A folded piece of cardboard, maybe. No, thicker. "Something else under it," I said. "Kick it," Eddie said. Nina said, "Don't kick mystery things at midnight." "I am having a night," Eddie muttered. I crouched lower. The smell of detergent was stronger down there, lavender laid over wet dust and old bleach. Through the front glass, I saw the bottom edge of a plastic laundry cart pressed sideways against the outside of the door. One of ours, the metal frame wedged under the handle. For a second, my brain refused to make sense of it. Then it did, and I didn't like the shape it made. "Our cart is outside," I said. Eddie stared. "What cart?" "The red one with the cracked wheel." "That's impossible." That was what he said whenever possible things became inconvenient. Nina leaned closer, keeping her hands off the glass. "Why is it outside?" None of us answered. The red rolling cart belonged inside, always. Customers used it to move wet clothes from washers to dryers. And because people were people, it ended up abandoned in the wrong places, but never outside. The front door didn't even open wide enough to roll one through unless you angled it carefully. Someone had taken it out and jammed it against the door. Or one of us had and forgotten. That thought came and went fast, too fast to be comfortable. Eddie stepped back, already dialing. "Fine, fire department." The call failed before it rang. He frowned at the screen. "No service." Nina grabbed her phone from washer 4. "I've got 1 bar." I checked mine. No bars, then 1. Then no bars again. Southside was never great for signal inside the laundromat because of the old brick walls and whatever cheap metal-backed insulation the owner had installed after a heating bill made him religious. But calls usually worked by the front window. Usually. Nina raised her phone toward the glass, moving it around like a divining rod. "Come on." Washer 8 ticked. 0049. I said, "Use the landline." Eddie looked at me, annoyed that I had remembered the practical thing first. Office. We moved together, which somehow made everything worse. 3 adults trying not to look like they were hurrying inside a small laundromat after midnight, stepping around a puddle past rows of machines that hummed and sloshed and blinked like they were pretending not to listen. The office was barely a room. Desk, old chair, shelves of receipt tape, a microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn, and a landline phone the color of old teeth. Eddie snatched it up. No dial tone. He pressed the receiver hook twice. "Nothing. Bill paid?" Nina asked. Eddie gave her a look. "I'm asking because my cousin lost her phone for 3 days and blamed Comcast before remembering she unplugged the modem. The bill is paid. Recently. Nina." I took the phone from him and followed the cord. It ran behind the desk to the wall jack, plugged in. Beside it, the internet router blinked 2 green lights and 1 angry orange one. I had seen that orange light before. "Internet S out," I said. "Phone should still work," Eddie said. "It's VoIP. Owner switched last year." He stared at the phone like betrayal had a face. From the front, Nina's washer 4 beeped 3 times. Not finished. Not an error code I knew. She turned. "That's mine." We all went back. Washer 4's display flashed door. Nina pulled the handle. Locked. "It just started," she said. Water sloshed behind the glass, halfway up the window, her laundry inside turning slow and heavy. "Why is it stopping?" Eddie bent to read the panel. "Door sensor fault. Can you open it? Not with water inside unless you want a flood. My kid's blanket is in there. I understand that." "No, you don't. He needs that blanket." Her voice changed on the last sentence. Not louder, smaller, more dangerous. Like she had taken all the fatigue she had carried in with her and sharpened it into one point. I knew about that blanket, a faded dinosaur thing with green trim. Her son, Mateo, dragged it in once when their apartment building's dryer broke. He had been half asleep on a folding chair, clutching it under his chin, while Nina folded scrubs with one hand and rubbed his back with the other. Nina wasn't staying because of laundry anymore. She was staying because her kid was sick, waiting at home, and the one thing he needed to sleep was locked inside a machine that had decided to join the night's list of failures. Washer 8 kept spinning. 0107. The timer count should not have mattered. It wasn't connected to our breathing. It wasn't connected to the door, the phone, Nina's washer, or the cart outside. But it felt like it was. "We have a back exit," I said. Eddie said, "Alley door, key." On the ring. He patted his pockets, then stopped. His face did something small and ugly. "Eddie," I said, "my keys were on the desk." "They're not." He looked toward the office. I looked too. The ring of keys usually sat on a hook shaped like a cartoon fish beside the breaker log. Front door, office, coin boxes, alley door, bathroom cabinet, electrical closet. Eddie was the only one who carried a second ring. He used to keep it clipped to his belt until it tore a loop off his jeans. And after that, he developed the dangerous habit of setting it down just for a second. "They were on the desk," he said again. We went back to the office. No keys. The fish hook was empty. The desk had receipts, the calculator, his reading glasses, a styrofoam coffee cup, the machine log, a roll of quarters, and one of those cheap pens shaped like a syringe from a pharmacy promotion. No keys. Eddie checked under papers, then drawers, then the trash can. They were here. Nina stood in the doorway. Could somebody have come in while we were messing with the breaker? The brass bell hadn't rung. But earlier, when the door moved in the draft, it had given a tiny sound. I remembered that. I wished I didn't. "No," Eddie said. "Don't know me just because you don't like it," Nina said. His jaw tightened. The front door was in sight. We were in the service hall. For maybe 30 seconds. That's enough. I opened the top desk drawer. Takeout menus, rubber bands, batteries, a pack of gum hard enough to qualify as office equipment. No keys. My private fear had always been unfinished problems, things left running in the dark. But underneath that, older and meaner, was another fear. That when something did go wrong, I would freeze. That I would become a person who made lists beside a burning building, because lists were easier than heat. My father's last night in the hospital had trained that into me. I had stood by the bed, listening to the oxygen machine hiss and the monitor chirp, trying to decide whether his breathing had changed enough to call the nurse. And by the time I pressed the button, I was already apologizing to a room full of people who told me there had been nothing to do. Nothing to do was a sentence I hated. So I started doing things. "Back exit," I said. "We can open it from inside, right?" "Panic bar," Eddie shook his head. "It's a deadbolt. Fire code. Don't start. That's illegal. The owner said the alley door got forced twice last year. So he trapped us in here," Eddie snapped. "I didn't install it, Maddie." The first real crack in his voice made me stop. He wasn't just annoyed. He was ashamed. Nina heard it too, but her patience was running out faster than her kindness. "My neighbor can only watch Mateo until 12:30. Her shift starts at 6. I need to get home." I checked the clock above the dryers. 12:04 a.m. concrete. Time sensitive. No more strange, but explainable. We had 26 minutes before Nina had a different emergency waiting across town, and we were locked inside a laundromat with one machine that wouldn't stop, one machine holding her child's blanket hostage, no working phone, missing keys, and a cart jammed against the front door from the outside. Bathroom window, I asked. Painted shut, Eddie said. Break it. It faces the alley, bars. Of course it did. Washer 8 ticked. 0131. I went to the front windows and cupped my hands around my eyes, trying to see the sidewalk beyond our reflections. The glass showed me instead my pale face, Nina behind me, Eddie hunched near the office doorway, washer 8 turning and turning in the row. Outside, the red cart was tipped at an angle. One wheel twitched slightly every time the door shifted against it. There was something in the cart, not clothes, a black backpack. Eddie, I said. He came beside me. Is that yours? No, Nina. She came over, looked, and shook her head. The backpack sat zipped shut, slumped in the cart like it had been tossed there in a hurry. It was black nylon with reflective piping and one torn shoulder strap. Ordinary backpack. College kid backpack. Construction worker backpack. Anyone's backpack. That was the problem with ordinary things. They didn't warn you what they were carrying. We are calling 911, Nina said. We have no service, Eddie said. She held up her phone. I'll stand on a dryer if I have to. She climbed onto the long bench beneath the front windows and raised her phone, stretching on her toes. The fluorescent light buzzed above her. Her screen lit her face from below, making the tired hollows under her eyes deeper. 1 bar, she said. Come on, come on. The call started. We all froze like noise might scare it away. 911, what's your? The voice cut into static. Nina pressed the phone closer to the window. Hello, hello, can you hear me? We're at Suds and Sons on East Carson. We're locked inside, there's static. Then the line dropped. Damn it. Try again, I said. She did. This time it didn't connect. Eddie rubbed both hands down his face. Maybe the cart is just wedged. If we push together from inside, Nina said, the door opens outward, but if we get enough movement, it's blocked from the outside. Thank you, I understand hinges. Do you? Both of you stop, I said. They looked at me. The washer noise filled the gap. I grabbed the mop, went to the door, and slid the handle through the narrow opening where the crash bar made the door shift. The gap was barely wide enough. I angled the mop down, trying to catch the edge of the cart. Eddie said, you'll break it. It's a mop, Eddie. That's my good mop. Nina let out a laugh that was almost a cough. I hooked the cart frame and pulled. It scraped an inch. Hope hit too fast. I pulled harder. The mop handle snapped. Not cleanly. It splintered in my hands, the wooden shaft breaking into a jagged point that scraped across my palm. I dropped it and swore. This time the cut was deeper, a bright line across the base of my thumb. Nina was down from the bench immediately. You need to stop bleeding on everything. It's fine. Say that again and I'll charge you for medical advice. She took paper towels from the dispenser by the sink, ran them under cold water, and pressed them to my hand. Eddie stood by the door looking guilty enough to be irritating. I have a first aid kit, he said. Get it, Nina said. He obeyed. While she wrapped my hand, I watched the front window. A person passed outside. A man, maybe, hood up, walking fast from left to right. He didn't look in. "Hey," I shouted, banging my uninjured fist on the glass. "Hey," the figure kept going. Nina banged too. "Hello," no turn, no pause, just wet footsteps and a dark jacket disappearing past the edge of the window. Eddie came back with the first aid kit. Maybe he didn't hear. The laundromat was loud. The street was loud. The windows were thick. It was possible. Everything was possible. That was becoming the problem. Nina taped gauze over my palm with quick, careful movements. "You need stitches." "No, you always answer too fast." "I need my hand." "You still need stitches later." "Later is great." Eddie looked toward washer 8. Timer S over 2 minutes. 0212. The pale rectangle inside flashed again. This time it stuck to the glass for half a second before being pulled away by the drum. Long enough to see writing. Not read it. Just know it was writing. Black marker on something white. Nina saw my face. "What? There's something written on it." Eddie stepped closer. "On what?" "The paper. Whatever it is. It could be a tag, a receipt. Receipts don't stick to the glass from inside an empty washer." He didn't argue. That scared me more than if he had. Nina's phone buzzed in her hand. She looked down. Her expression changed. "What?" I asked. "It's my neighbor." Signal. Text came through. She read it, lips moving. Mateo threw up again. "She says he's asking for me." The room seemed to contract around her. She typed back fast. The message failed. She tried again. Failed. "Come on," she whispered. "Send." Washer 4 beeped again. Door. Water sat heavy behind the glass. Her son's blanket floated inside, bright green trim turning past the window like something surfacing and sinking. Nina pressed the phone to her chest. Her eyes were wet now, but she blinked it back hard, angry at her own body for wasting time. "I'm getting out," she said. "How?" Eddie asked. She looked at the front door, then at the folding tables, then at the front window. "No," Eddie said, "no breaking glass. We're locked in. It's plate glass. Great. It breaks. It cuts arteries. Son is sick, and you being in an ambulance helps him how?" That landed badly. Nina's face hardened. I stepped between them before the argument could become something none of us had room for. "We're not breaking the big window unless there's fire." "What counts as fire?" Nina asked. "Smoke, sparks, the washer launching into the street." A sound answered her. Not from washer 8, from the service hallway. A metallic bump. Then another, like a pipe shifting, or someone moving behind the machines. Eddie turned first. "Ron." No one answered. "Maintenance," Nina whispered. "Ron wouldn't sneak," Eddie said, but his voice had lost its bass. The hallway behind the dryers looked exactly as it always did. Narrow, yellowish, shelves on one side, vent ducts above, breaker panel door still hanging open. The dryer hum filled it from behind the walls. Heat rolled out in waves. Another bump. Lower this time, near the floor. I picked up the broken mop handle before thinking. It had split into a jagged spear I absolutely did not want to use for anything. Eddie noticed. "Put that down, you first. I'm not holding anything. Then get something." He grabbed the first thing within reach, the plastic wet floor sign. Nina stared at him. "That's your weapon. It has corners." The absurdity nearly cracked the moment open again. Nearly. We moved toward the service hallway, in a line that made no tactical sense. Me in front, because I had started moving first. Eddie behind me with the sign. Nina behind him, holding her phone like a dead flashlight. The bump came again, closer to the breaker panel. I stopped at the hallway entrance. The air smelled hotter than before, lint and warmed plastic, and the sour underside of old water trapped somewhere it shouldn't be. The breaker panel door rocked gently on its hinge. Something was on the floor beneath it. Eddie whispered, "Is that his keys?" The ring lay on the tile under the panel, the cartoon fish keychain cracked down the middle. One key was bent at an ugly angle. Nobody moved. The keys had not been there when we flipped the breaker. I knew that. I had stood right there. Eddie had stood right there. There had been detergent boxes, the panel, the warm wall, nothing on the floor. Nina said softly, "Someone is inside." Eddie shook his head once. Not denial, more like he was trying to restart his thoughts. I crouched and reached for the keys. From behind washer 8, something clicked. Not the drum tick, not the timer, a latch. The service access panel at the back of the machine shifted outward a fraction of an inch. Eddie whispered, "Maddie." I looked over my shoulder. From the front, washer 8's timer reads 02:59, then 03:00. At exactly 3 minutes, the machine stopped spinning. The sudden quiet hit the room wrong. The dryers still hummed. Washer 4 still held Nina's load. The Coke machine still buzzed. But that central sound, the constant metal turning we had started measuring ourselves against, was gone. For 2 seconds, nobody breathed loudly. Then the door lock on washer 8 clicked open. A clean, polite sound, like an invitation. The front door was still blocked. The landline was dead. Nina's son needed her. Eddie's keys lay at my feet, one bent and possibly useless. Something with writing waited inside the drum, and the back panel of the machine had shifted as if it had been touched from the other side. I picked up the keys. They were warm. Eddie reached for my arm. "We go out the alley, now." I looked at the washer door. Nina looked at her trapped blanket in washer 4. Then, from inside washer 8, something damp slid down the glass and slapped softly against the bottom of the empty drum. A white envelope. Black marker across the front. 3 words big enough to read from where we stood. "Open the back." The envelope sat at the bottom of washer 8's drum. White paper gone soft at the edges, black marker bleeding slightly where it had gotten wet. The machine door had unlocked with that clean little click, but none of us touched it. We just stood in the main aisle of Suds and Sons, the front windows on our left, the row of washers on our right, the dryers and service hallway behind us, and the blocked front door sitting there like a bad joke with no punchline. Eddie held his keys in one hand. The bent alley key stuck out from the ring at a crooked angle. Nina's washer 4 beeped again. Door. Her son's blanket turned lazily behind the glass in water that had gone still. "We're not opening the back," Eddie said. I looked at him. "You were the one who said alley. Let's try the alley." "That's what I'm saying." "You also said that key is bent." I said it with my face. Nina stepped between us, small and exhausted and ready to bite. "Try it anyway." We moved as a group because splitting up suddenly felt like something only stupid people did in movies and poorly managed workplaces. From the main room, You could map the laundromat in a straight, ugly line. Front door and fogged windows facing East Carson, washers along the right wall, dryers along the back left wall, folding tables in the center, office tucked near the rear, service hallway behind the dryers leading to the breaker panel, and at the very end, the alley door. That alley door had never mattered to me before. It was just a metal slab behind detergent shelves and lint dust, painted beige by someone who had given up halfway through the second coat. Now it looked like a border crossing. Eddie reached it first. He worked the bent key into the deadbolt. It went halfway, stopped. He jiggled it gently, then less gently. "Don't snap it," I said. "I know how keys work. You also know how fire code works," and ignored that. He shot me a look over his shoulder. "This is not the time. That's kind of the whole problem." The key turned a fraction. Metal scraped inside the lock. Nina stood behind me, clutching her phone so hard her knuckles looked pale. "Please," she whispered, not to us exactly. Eddie leaned his weight in. The key snapped. It made a tiny sound, pathetic, barely louder than a fingernail clipping hitting tile. But Eddie's whole body sagged. The key's head stayed in his hand. The rest of it stayed inside the deadbolt. "No," Nina said. Eddie stared at it. "Okay. No, no, no. Don't say okay like that fixed anything." "It didn't fix anything. I'm acknowledging reality. Can you get it out?" "With what?" "My eyelashes." I pushed past him and looked at the lock. The broken key stump was buried just deep enough that I could see a silver edge inside the slot. Close enough to insult us. Not close enough to grab. "Tweezers," I said. "In the first aid kit," Nina said. We hurried back to the office. The air in the service hall seemed hotter now. Or maybe we were moving faster. The dryers along the wall kept thumping with someone else's forgotten sheets, each rotation sending lint, warm breath through the vents. My bandaged hand had started throbbing, the cut across my palm opening every time I flexed my fingers. In the office, Eddie dumped the first aid kit onto the desk. Gauze, tape, alcohol wipes, tiny scissors, tweezers. Nina snatched the tweezers and handed them to me. "Your hands are smaller," Eddie said. "They're also bleeding. Mine are shaking." He said it so plainly that I looked at him. His hands were shaking. Not a lot, enough. I took the tweezers. Back at the alley door, I crouched so low my knees popped. The floor was gritty against my jeans. I slid the tweezers into the lock and tried to catch the broken edge. The metal slipped. Again. Again. Each failed pinch made the little silver piece recede in my mind, even when it hadn't moved. Behind us from the main room, washer 8 sat open with the envelope inside. Not spinning. "Waiting," Nina said. "I can't just stand here." "You can," Eddie said. "My kid is homesick and I'm trapped in a laundromat. I actually cannot." She moved back into the main room before either of us could stop her. "Nina," I called. "I'm checking the front again." Eddie swore under his breath and went after her. I tried once more with the tweezers. The broken key shifted. A hair. Maybe less. Then the tweezers slipped, and the stump slid deeper into the lock. I sat back on my heels. Attempt 1 failed. Also worse. In the main room, Nina was at the front door with the broken mop handle. She had shoved the jagged end through the narrow gap and was trying to lever the red cart away from the outside. Eddie stood beside her, arguing in a tense whisper that kept losing the whisper part. "You're going to cut yourself. I'm already late. You shove too hard, you crack the glass. Then we leave through the crack. You ever seen plate glass break? It doesn't turn into fairy dust. It drops in sheets. I clean emergency rooms, Eddie. Don't explain cuts to me." The cart outside scraped, just a little. I saw it through the glass, the red plastic frame rocking on one bad wheel, the black backpack inside shifting with it. Nina pulled again. The mop handle snapped shorter. She stumbled backward, nearly slipping in the blue detergent puddle. I caught her elbow with my good hand. The jolt ran through my injured palm anyway, hot and bright. "Stop," I said. She jerked away, then immediately looked sorry. "I can't, Maddie, I can't. I know." "No, you don't." She pointed at washer 4. "He throws up when he gets anxious. He's probably crying. Mrs. Alvarez can't lift him if he gets weak. And I'm in here playing escape room with a broken washing machine." Eddie's face tightened at escape room, like the words had made the place smaller. Her phone buzzed again. She lifted it. A message came through this time, just one line. "He's asking where blanket is." Nina made a sound that wasn't quite a sob because she didn't let it become one. She turned toward washer 4 and slapped the side of it with her palm. Open. The machine did not care. I crouched in front of washer 4. Different problem. Smaller, maybe. The display flashed door, and the water line sat below the glass halfway. A locked washer full of water had a manual release somewhere, depending on model. I had seen Eddie use it once, with towels ready and a bucket under the filter trap. "Can we drain it manually?" I asked. Eddie rubbed his forehead. "Yes, but we'll flood the floor." "How much?" "Enough. Enough to reach the outlets." He didn't answer fast enough. The washer sat on a slight slope toward the front drain near the entrance, but the drain was half clogged most days with lint, hair, and whatever people tracked in from East Carson. The spill from the detergent bottle already made the tile slick. Add gallons of water, and we'd have a skating rink around live equipment. Nina heard the hesitation. "Forget it." "No," I said. "We can do it controlled." Eddie shook his head. "If we open the cleanout wrong, it dumps all at once. So you open it right. Maddie, you're the manager." That was unfair. I knew it when I said it. His face showed it landed where I aimed. He got down in front of washer 4 with a grunt, opened the little square panel near the bottom, and exposed the drain filter cap. I grabbed the mop bucket from behind the counter, emptied the gray cleaning water into the floor drain, and shoved it under the washer. Nina brought towels from the abandoned basket, then froze. The black hoodie on top looked different now. There was a patch on the sleeve I hadn't noticed before. White stitching. A triangle around 3 letters, KRM. Nina touched it. "That's not college. Could be a company," I said. Eddie glanced over. "Kramer Refrigeration, maybe. They service places on the south side. Do they service washers?" "No," the answer came too quickly. I looked at him. "You know them," he focused on the drain cap. "They fixed the back freezer at my cousin's bar once." The cap loosened. Water began to trickle into the bucket. At first, it felt like progress. Real, practical, boring progress. The best kind. Water ran. Nina held towels. Eddie controlled the cap. I watched the fill level and swapped in a second small trash bin when the bucket got heavy. water changed color. Not red. That would have been too obvious and too easy. Gray, cloudy, with little black flecks in it. Eddie frowned. That's not from her load. Nina's mouth flattened. My kid's blanket was clean except for puke. Puke doesn't make rubber crumbs, Eddie said. The smell hit a few seconds later. Hot plastic, dirty coins, and something meaty underneath, like old sink water from a butcher shop. Nina turned her head away. I tightened my grip on the bucket handle. Stop draining. We need it empty. Stop draining. Eddie twisted the cap closed. The trickle slowed, then stopped. Inside washer 4, the green trimmed blanket pressed against the glass like a drowned animal. Attempt 2, partial success. We could drain it. Also, something was wrong with the water. And now the floor had a thin, cloudy trail running toward the front drain. That was when the terrifying thing happened. The dryers all stopped at once. Every single one. The constant tumble vanished, and from inside dryer 6 came 3 hard knocks. Bang, bang, bang. Nina screamed, not long, just a sharp tear of sound. Eddie stumbled backward into washer 5. I grabbed the broken mop handle without knowing I had reached for it. The knocks came again. Bang, bang, bang. Then a muffled voice. Hey, hey, don't leave me. For 2 seconds, the world narrowed to the dryer door. Dryer 6 had a load of white sheets inside. Through the round glass, they were piled against the door. Something moved behind them. Then the door popped open, and a small face appeared in the gap. A boy, maybe 19. Thin, pale, with acne along his jaw and a gray beanie pulled low over his ears. He tumbled halfway out of the dryer, coughing into the sheets. Don't hit me, he said, seeing the mop handle. Nina clapped a hand over her mouth. Eddie shouted, Jesus Christ, Kyle. The boy flinched. I got locked in. You got into a dryer. I was hiding. Kyle Berman, 19, male, from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, was one of the part-time college customers who came in late because he said daytime people looked at him weird. I knew him by sight, always paying in quarters, always washing hoodies, always wearing headphones with one side cracked. Had the skittish energy of someone who apologized to automatic doors. Now he slid out of dryer 6 barefoot, one sock in his hand, his face slick with sweat. Nina lowered her hand. Why were you in a dryer? Kyle looked at all of us and then toward washer 8. His expression told me he knew more than we did. Eddie grabbed him by the shoulder. Start talking. Kyle jerked away. Don't touch me. Why are you in my dryer? Because he came back. Who? I asked. Kyle swallowed. The guy with my backpack. We all looked toward the front door. The black backpack and the red cart outside. Kyle's face crumpled. Oh no, you blocked the door, Nina said. No, I didn't. I came in around 11, okay? I put my stuff in 8. Some guy was here, big jacket, work boots. He kept watching me, so I moved my clothes when they were done and went to the bathroom. When I came out, he had my backpack. Why didn't you say anything? Eddie demanded. Because he had a knife. That stopped Eddie. Kyle rubbed his face with both hands. Not like a big one, a utility knife, box cutter. He told me to get in the dryer and count to 500. Said if I came out before the washers stopped, he'd know. The washers? I asked. Kyle nodded toward washer 8. That one. Nina looked sick. You've been in there this whole time. I left the door cracked after he went out. I the dryers started, and the sheet load rolled against the door, and I couldn't push it open. I was knocking, but everything was too loud. The misdirection settled into place, ugly but real. Not a monster, not someone crawling through machines. A scared teenager trapped in a dryer because a man with a box cutter had told him to hide. That should have made me feel better. It did not. What did he look like? I asked. Kyle's eyes flicked to the windows. White guy, 40s maybe, brown beard, dark Carhartt jacket, work boots with white stuff on them. Plaster or paint. Smelled like cigarettes and motor oil. The construction fella. The one Eddie had mentioned. Eddie whispered, "Ron." Kyle looked at him. He knew the back. He went behind the dryers like he worked here. A line of sweat slid down Eddie's temple. Nina said, "So someone is outside or in the back with a knife, and you two were arguing about glass." Her phone buzzed again. Another message tried to come through, then failed halfway, leaving only Maddie. "Please, not for me." For Nina, from Mrs. Alvarez maybe. But my name on the screen made my stomach twist anyway. Kyle saw Washer 8's open door. "Did you read it? The envelope?" I said. He nodded. "You know about it." He put it in there. When, before he made me hide, he ran the machine empty, then stopped it, then ran it again. He kept checking his watch. Eddie moved toward Washer 8. "I am done with this." "Don't open it," Kyle said. Eddie stopped. "Why?" Kyle's voice dropped. He said the back matters, not the front. The front envelope still said open the back. We had tried the door. We had tried the phones. We had tried Nina's washer. We had accidentally found Kyle. Every solution we reached for had revealed another piece of the trap and made the room feel less like a broken business and more like a system somebody understood better than we did. I looked at the geography again, forcing myself to see it plainly. Front door blocked from outside by cart. Main windows too dangerous unless desperate. Office phone dead. Bathroom window barred. Alley door jammed by our broken key. Service hallway behind dryers connected to the back of Washer 8. The only place we hadn't looked was the exact place the envelope told us to look, which meant either the man wanted us there or he needed us not to go there and knew we would resist instructions. Both thoughts felt bad. Eddie took the utility knife from the counter drawer, the one we used for detergent boxes, and held it at his side. Nina noticed. "That makes me feel worse." "Makes me feel better," Eddie said. "False confidence is still false." Kyle crouched near the folding table, trying to pull on his wet sock with trembling fingers. His foot slipped twice. I went to Washer 8. "Maddie," Eddie said, "I'm not opening the back yet." I opened the front door, the washer door. The envelope lay inside. I reached in with 2 fingers and picked it up. It was damp and heavier than paper should have been. Inside was something flat. Cardboard, maybe. My bandaged palm left a small red mark on the white. Nina came beside me. "Don't. We need information." That's how people justify terrible ideas. I know. I opened it anyway. Inside was a photograph, printed on cheap, glossy paper and folded once. It showed the inside of Suds and Sons from the front corner, taken high up near the change machine. Security camera view. Tonight. In the photo, I was visible in the service hallway with Eddie, reaching toward the breaker panel. Nina stood by Washer 4. Kyle's backpack sat on the floor near Washer 8, and behind the row of dryers, In the narrow, dark slit between the machines and the wall, a man's face looked toward the camera. Beard, hood, eyes reflecting the flash or the overhead lights. On the back of the photo, written in the same black marker, 3 minutes was a warning. Next time it spins, run. No one spoke. Then Washer 8's display lit up. No one had touched it. The green digits blinked once. 0300. The door locked. The drum turned half an inch. Eddie backed away. Allie, now we force it. We all moved at once, not orderly anymore. Kyle limped. Nina grabbed her phone and the first aid kit. Eddie shoved past detergent boxes toward the service hall. I followed, holding the photo so tightly it bent in my hand. Halfway down the service hallway, the lights went out. Not all the lights, just the front half of the laundromat. The washers went dark. The folding tables disappeared into shadow. The front windows became black mirrors. The service hallway emergency light snapped on above the alley door, painting everything red. Behind us, Washer 8 started spinning again. Fast. The sound rose immediately, not a gentle start this time, but a violent mechanical climb. Metal screamed against load. The floor vibrated under my shoes. Somewhere in the main room, glass rattled. Eddie reached the alley door and slammed his shoulder into it. Once, twice, the deadbolt held. The broken key trapped inside it held. Then, from the far end of the service hallway, behind the removable back panel of Washer 8, something began to smoke. A thin gray thread curled into the red emergency light. Hot rubber, electrical insulation, the smell of fire about to become fire. Nina coughed. Kyle whispered. He said, "Run." Eddie turned to me, eyes wide now, no jokes left. We can't go back through the main room, but we could hear Washer 8 walking. Not metaphorically. The machine thudded once, hard enough to jump on its feet. Then again. Each impact shifted it away from the wall, opening the service gap wider behind it, smoke pushing through like breath. The alley door was blocked. The front room was filling with noise and electrical heat. And behind Washer 8, where the note had told us to look, a dark space was opening by inches. Retreat had just turned into the smaller danger. Forward was the only place left. The smoke came through the gap behind Washer 8 in a thin gray rope, curling under the red emergency light like it knew exactly where to go. For 1 second, nobody moved. That was the second I hated myself for most afterward. Not because I froze long. Not because anyone could have done much in that single breath, but because I felt the old familiar thing locking around my ribs. The hospital room paralysis, the terrible mental math of deciding whether a situation had become serious enough to act, as if emergencies sent formal invitations before they took over. Then Washer 8 jumped again. Hard. The machine slammed forward on its rubber feet, metal screaming against tile. The service hallway wall trembled. A detergent jug fell off a shelf and burst at Eddie's shoes, blue liquid spreading into the gray trail from Washer 4. "Move," Nina shouted. That got us moving. Eddie threw his shoulder into the alley door again, but the deadbolt held. The broken key stump sat inside the lock like a tiny silver laugh. Kyle was coughing behind me. one hand over his mouth, his bare foot slipping in detergent. Nina grabbed him by the back of his hoodie and yanked him upright before he went down. My name is Maddie Keller, 29, female, closing shift worker at Suds & Sons, and I had spent the night trying to make each problem smaller than it was. Broken washer, blocked door, dead phone, missing keys, a kid in a dryer, a man behind the machines, smoke. You could make anything sound manageable if you chopped it into pieces. The pieces were now on fire. Main room, I yelled. Eddie turned from the alley door. We can't go that way. We can't stay here. Washer 8 struck the floor again. Your gap widened. Behind it, past the loosened metal panel, I saw the dark cavity where service lines fed into the machines. Hoses, wiring, drain pipe, lint, shadows. Something orange flickered low, not flame yet, but a wire glowing where insulation had burned away. Eddie saw it too, power still feeding it. The breaker didn't cut it, because someone bypassed it. He said it like a confession. Nina's eyes snapped to him. What does that mean? It means somebody tied it into another line. Can it burn? Yes. That answer landed clean and ugly. A loud pop cracked behind washer 8. Sparks spat through the service gap and died on wet tile. Kyle made a thin sound. He's going to come back. He might already be here, Nina said. The words had barely left her mouth when the front half of the laundromat lit up white for half a second. Not the overhead lights. Headlights. A vehicle pulled up outside the front windows, beams cutting through the fogged glass and the dark main room. Shadows of folding tables stretched long toward us. The red cart blocking the door glowed at its edges. The black backpack sat inside it. Then an engine idled. Low, close. Eddie whispered, back away from the hallway, too late. The man stepped into view outside. He came from the left, between the headlight glare and the laundromat window, turning his body sideways to squeeze past the cart. Dark Carhartt jacket, brown beard, hood up, work boots with white plaster on the toes. In one hand, he carried something that caught the light. Not a box cutter now, a pry bar. Kyle sucked in air. That's him. The man looked through the glass and smiled. Not wide, not theatrical. Just a small, tired smile, like we had finally arrived late to an appointment he'd been keeping. He lifted his free hand and tapped the window once. Tap. Then he pointed toward the service hallway, toward us. Washer 8 roared behind the wall. Why? Nina shouted, though he couldn't hear her through the glass and machine noise. Why are you doing this? The man pointed again. Then he crouched by the cart. The backpack, Kyle said. No. What's in it? I asked. My laptop, clothes, battery pack, he swallowed. A butane torch. Eddie turned slowly. Why do you have a butane torch in your backpack? For jewelry class, Kyle said, voice cracking. I'm at CCAC. We use them for soldering. It's small. Outside, the man unzipped the backpack. Nina said, he's not trying to trap us. I looked at her. He's trying to flush us out. The man pulled something from the bag. A compact metal canister attached to a torch head. Kyle whispered, that's mine. The man stood. He looked past us again. At washer 8, at the smoke, at the only route left. Then he flicked the torch. A small blue flame appeared, neat and steady. Everything narrowed. No more possible explanations that made the room safe. No more faulty equipment as the main problem. No more pretending the worst thing was a washer that wouldn't stop. The central threat had a face, hands, boots, tools, and a plan. Eddie grabbed the utility knife from his pocket, opened the blade, and immediately looked like he hated holding it. "I'll go out the front," he said. "How?" I snapped. "Break the window. He's outside. I draw him away." "That is not a plan. That's a way to die loudly. He wants the back." "Then we don't give him the back," Nina said. Washer 8 slammed again. The rear panel bent outward, one screw popping loose and pinging against the floor. Smoke thickened. The red emergency light painted Eddie's face the color of raw meat. Kyle doubled over coughing. Nina shoved him toward the office. "Get low. Stay behind the counter. I can help. You can breathe. That's your job." He didn't argue. A calm came over me then. Not peace, not bravery, something flatter. The kind of calm you get when choices burn down until only ugly ones are left standing. The front door was blocked by the cart. The cart held Kyle's backpack. The man was outside with a flame. The machine was heating from behind because someone had bypassed the circuit. Washer 4 still held water. The floor was wet. Water and electricity were bad. Water and fire were useful. "Eddie," I said, "can we dump Washer 4 all at once?" He stared. "You want to flood the place now?" "I want water at the front door." Nina understood first. She was already moving. "The drain cap." Eddie looked between us. "It'll spread everywhere." "Good," I said. He hesitated. I stepped close enough that he had to look at me. "You said no sudden saviors earlier without saying it, so be useful." His mouth opened, then shut. He ran to Washer 4. Nina grabbed towels and threw them toward the office threshold, making a barrier to keep the worst of the water from reaching the power strip under the desk. Kyle crawled behind the counter, coughing into his sleeve. I went for the mop bucket, but my injured hand failed me when I tried to lift it. Pain split across my palm and up my wrist. The bandage had soaked red at the center. I almost dropped it. Nina saw. "Leave it. I'm fine. You are not." She took the bucket from me with one hand and shoved me toward the counter. "Find something to block the cart when it moves." When we make him move it." Outside, the man bent toward the backpack again, torch flame still lit. Maybe he was looking for something else. Maybe more fuel. Maybe he was deciding whether to light the bag, the cart, or the rag caught on the door handle. Eddie unscrewed Washer 4's drain cap. Water erupted. Not a trickle this time. A thick gray gush hit the mop bucket, overflowed in seconds, and spread across the tile in a fast, dirty sheet. It carried black flecks, lint, detergent foam, and that hot metal smell. Nina grabbed the dinosaur blanket through the unlocked door as soon as the water dropped low enough, yanking it free with both hands. It came out heavy and dripping, green trim dragging across the floor. "For Mateo," she said, half to herself. Then she looked at the front. The water reached the detergent puddle and became slick blue-gray. It flowed toward the front drain, but slowly. The drain choked and gurgled, overwhelmed. A shallow pool spread beneath the folding tables around Washer 8's front toward the blocked door. The man outside noticed. His smile disappeared. "Good." He stepped back from the door, dragging the red cart a few inches with him. The bottom edge scraped over the threshold. The door shifted. "Now," I shouted. Eddie and I hit the crash bar together. The door opened 6 inches. The cart jammed again. Cold night air sliced in, carrying exhaust, rain, and cigarette smoke. The man lunged forward with the pry bar. Nina threw the wet dinosaur blanket through the opening. It hit his legs and slapped around his boots, heavy with gray water. He stumbled. The torch hand jerked. The blue flame cut out as the torch clattered against the sidewalk. Eddie pushed harder. The door opened another few inches. The man snarled an ordinary human sound, which made it worse, and swung the pry bar through the gap. It struck Eddie in the forearm. The sound was dull and horrible. Eddie dropped the utility knife and screamed through his teeth, collapsing against the door. His arm bent wrong, not dramatically backward, but enough to understand. I grabbed him under the shoulders and hauled him away. The door swung inward slightly as his weight left it, then the cart pushed it shut again. The man outside shoved his face near the gap. His beard was wet with rain. His eyes were bloodshot and furious. "You should have opened the back," he shouted. "Why?" I screamed. He slammed the pry bar against the glass. A star crack appeared near the lower pane. "Because he stole from me." Kyle, behind the counter, made a choking sound. The man heard it. His head turned. "Kyle," he yelled, "you little thief." Kyle shook his head wildly. "I didn't take anything." The man struck the glass again. Another crack. Nina had Eddie on the floor near the folding table, pressing towels around his arm, her face rigid with focus. "Maddie, do something, do something." The words hit the old bruise in me. I looked at washer 8, still spinning, still smoking behind. The machine had moved almost a foot out from the wall now. The rear service gap was wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Behind it, the bypassed wiring glowed and sparked where someone had spliced a line into the dryer circuit. On the floor near the back panel lay a white plastic box with a blinking red light. Not a bomb. My brain tried that first and rejected it. A remote outlet switch. The kind people used for Christmas lights. Cheap, plausible, stupidly dangerous. The man had rigged washer 8 to run outside its controls, maybe to overheat, maybe to burn evidence, maybe to force us toward the back where he could reach through the service gap. The message had not been help. It had been hurting. I saw the cord from the switch running behind the machine. If we killed it there, maybe washer 8 stopped. Maybe the smoke stopped. Maybe the man lost his leverage. Or maybe I electrocuted myself on a wet floor. I looked down. Water everywhere. My shoes were rubber-soled. Cheap. Worn thin at the heel. Eddie groaned. Nina told him to stay awake. Kyle sobbed behind the counter, whispering, "I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it." The man hit the glass again. The crack widened. I grabbed the folded rubber floor mat from behind the counter, the one we put down in winter when people tracked slush in, and threw it across the flooded tile toward washer 8. It landed crooked, but mostly flat. "Maddie," Nina shouted, "I see the power. Don't touch it. Then we burn." I stepped onto the mat. It slid under me. I windmilled, caught the edge of washer 7 with my injured hand, and pain blasted white up my arm. I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood. Short steps. 1, 2. The air near washer 8 was hot and chemical. Smoke scratched my throat. The machine roared inches from my shoulder, vibrating so hard my bones seemed to pick up the rhythm. I crouched behind it in the narrow gap. There was no room to think elegantly, just wires, heat, a red blinking switch box, a power strip zip tied to a pipe, melted insulation, a smell like burning hair and pennies. The remote switch was plugged into a hidden outlet line that fed the washer motor directly, bypassing the control panel and breaker label. Eddie had been right. Someone had known enough to be dangerous, not enough to be safe. The plastic casing had started to soften. I reached for it, then stopped. Too hot. I wrapped my bandaged hand in the corner of my hoodie. Bad hand. Bad idea. Only idea. My fingers closed around the switch box. Heat bit through fabric. I pulled. Nothing. It was zip-tied. Of course it was. The glass at the front shattered. Not all at once. A lower section gave way with a heavy crash, dropping inward in jagged slabs. Cold air rushed in. Nina screamed Eddie's name, not because he was hit, but because the sound made everyone's body expect injury. The man started climbing through the broken window. He had the pry bar in one hand. His forearm scraped across remaining glass. He didn't care. Kyle stood up behind the counter. "No," I shouted. Kyle grabbed the roll of quarters from the desk and threw it. The paper roll burst against the man's shoulder, coins scattering across the tile like hail. It didn't stop him, but it made him flinch. His boot landed in the water detergent mix. He slipped, caught himself on the window frame, and sliced his palm on glass. He swore, loud and wet. Nina grabbed the wet floor sign Eddie had abandoned and slammed it into his knee. It folded uselessly. Then she hit him again with the hard edge. This time he went down on one hand inside the window, one knee on the sill, trapped halfway between street and laundromat. "Cut the tie," I yelled. "With what?" Kyle shouted. "The knife." Eddie's utility knife lay near the front door, glittering in water and coins, too close to the man. Kyle moved before I could tell him not to. Barefoot, limping, terrified, he darted from behind the counter and skidded across the flooded tile. The man grabbed at him. Kyle dropped flat, sliding under the swing of the pry bar, and snatched the utility knife. The man caught his ankle. Kyle screamed. Nina was there instantly, jamming her thumb into the cut on the man's palm. He howled and let go. Kyle kicked free and threw the knife, not to me exactly, but toward the washers. It skittered across the mat and stopped near my foot. I grabbed it. The blade shook in my hand. Smoke burned my eyes. The zip tie was black and thick. I sawed at it once, twice. The utility blade slipped and cut into my thumb through the bandage. Blood mixed with detergent on my skin. The tie snapped. I yanked the switch box free. A spark cracked from the outlet. Washer 8 stopped. The sudden quiet did not feel like relief. It felt like the whole room inhaling. Then the man got fully inside. He landed hard on the flooded tile, one knee buckling, but he stayed up. The pry bar dragged in his hand. Blood ran from his palm and forearm, diluted pink by dirty washer water. He looked smaller inside than he had outside. Still dangerous. Still real. Eddie, on the floor, kicked the utility knife toward me with his good foot. Maddie back. The man turned toward washer 8. Toward me. His face was twisted with fury and fear, and that was when I understood the worst part. He wasn't some mastermind. was desperate and sloppy and human. That made him harder to predict. "You don't know what's in there," he said. I held the hot switch box in one hand and the knife in the other, neither one useful enough. "Then tell us. Kyle knows." Kyle was crying openly now. "I don't, I swear I don't." "My ledger was in that bag," the man snapped. "Names, payments, pickups, all of it." Eddie's eyes flicked to the abandoned dark clothes. KRM, Kramer Refrigeration, not laundry, coveralls. "You're not maintenance," Eddie said weakly. The man laughed once. "I fix what pays." Nina said, "You rigged a washer and trapped people over a notebook." He swung the pry bar toward her voice. She stepped back, but her heel slipped. She went down hard on her hip, grimacing. That movement decided me. I threw the switch box at his face. It hit his cheek, not hard enough to drop him, but enough to make him blink. Then I kicked the broken detergent jug. The remaining blue liquid slid across the wet tile into his boots. He stepped forward and lost traction completely. His legs went out. He slammed backward into the edge of washer 8, head cracking against the metal front. The pry bar flew from his hand. Kyle grabbed it and shoved it under a folding table. The man tried to rise. Eddie, still on the floor with one arm useless against his chest, hooked his ankle with both feet. Nina crawled forward and pressed the wet dinosaur blanket over the man's face and shoulders, not smothering him, just blinding him, tangling him, using the heavy soaked fabric like a net. He thrashed. I dropped onto his wrist with my knee. Pain shot through my own injured hand as I forced his arm flat. "Zip ties," I yelled. Eddie barked a laugh that turned into a groan. "Now you like my office supplies." Kyle scrambled to the desk, found a pack in the drawer, and tossed them with both hands. Half scattered into the water. I caught 2. It took all 3 of us, me on his wrist, Nina on his shoulders, Kyle looping the plastic around his hands while crying so hard he could barely see to bind him. He fought until the second tie cinched. Then he stopped, not peacefully, not defeated in some clean, satisfying way. He stopped because his body ran out before his anger did. For a moment, all I heard was breathing. Mine, Nina's, Kyle S., Eddie's harsh, wet hiss through clenched teeth, bearded man panting under the blanket, the buzz of the Coke machine. Far away, someone outside shouted, "Yo, what the hell?" Then blue and red light flickered across the broken front glass. Not a savior arriving from nowhere. A police cruiser had pulled up because a man had smashed through a laundromat window on East Carson Street, with headlights still aimed at the door, while people screamed inside. Normal city cause and effect. Late, but real. Hands. An officer shouted from outside. "Show me your hands." Nina lifted both of hers, palms shaking. Kyle did too. I raised mine slowly, blood dripping from my thumb onto the wet floor. Eddie tried to lift his broken arm and made a sound that made the officer wince. The bearded man under the blanket said, muffled, "They stole from me." Nina looked down at him, face streaked with sweat and gray water. "No," she said. "You trapped us in a laundromat and almost burned it down." The officers came in through the broken window because the door was still jammed by the cart. One covered the man. The other moved us back, careful on the slick floor, asking sharp questions we answered badly and out of order. Was anyone armed? Was anyone hurt? Was there fire? Was anyone else inside? Eddie said, washer. I said, bypassed power. Nina said, my son. Kyle said, backpack. The officer nearest me looked at the smoke behind washer 8 and called for fire over his radio. I sat down because my knees stopped being theoretical. From the floor, the laundromat looked ruined. Water spread everywhere. Quarters glittered under red and blue light. Dryer sheets clung to table legs. The dinosaur blanket lay half over the bound man, half in a puddle, its green trim dark with dirty water. The front window had become a jagged mouth. Washer 8 sat still at last. Its display was black. No timer, no spinning, no tick. I should have felt victorious. Instead, I stared at the open rear gap, at the melted wires, and the hidden switch, and the loosened back panel, and thought about how long someone had stood behind our machines without us knowing. How many nights I had mopped within 10 feet of that space. How many times the bell had rung, and I had assumed the sound meant someone had entered through the front door in the normal way, for normal reasons. An officer asked my name. I told him. He asked if I needed an ambulance. I looked at my hand, then at Eddie's arm, then at Nina holding her phone with both hands while trying again to text Mrs. Alvarez, then at Kyle sitting against the counter with one bare foot bleeding from glass. Yes, I said. Finally, a simple answer. Behind me, washer 8 gave one last metallic ping as hot metal cooled. Everyone turned toward it. No one spoke. The machine did not move, but none of us looked away first. The ambulance crew made us leave through the broken window. That felt unfair, somehow. After all that, after the blocked front door, the jammed alley exit, the smoking machine, the man on the floor with zip ties biting into his wrists, we still had to climb out of Suds and Sons like burglars leaving badly. The police moved the red cart eventually, but not before the firefighters told everyone to stop touching anything near the entrance because of the water, the glass, and the possibility that the outlet under the front window was still live. So I sat on the sill while a firefighter held my elbow and said, "Easy. Watch your knee. Don't put your hand there. My name is Maddie Keller, 29, female." And by then my right hand had been wrapped in so much gauze it looked like I had tried to punch a beehive. The cut across my palm had reopened. My thumb wouldn't stop throbbing, and the scrape on my wrist had dried into a tight red line. None of it was heroic. It was awkward, messy pain, the kind that made me nauseous when I forgot and tried to use my fingers. Outside, East Carson Street had gathered an audience. Not a huge one. Pittsburgh crowds know how to pretend they are not crowds. A couple stood under the tattoo shop, awning with pizza slices folded in their hands. A man in a Steelers jacket filmed from across the street until a cop told him to put his phone away. Someone from the bar next door kept saying, "That laundromat." Seriously, as if crime should choose a more dramatic address. The air smelled like rain, exhaust, burnt plastic, and wet laundry. Nina Delgado, 34, female, sat on the curb with Mateo's dinosaur blanket in a clear evidence bag beside her. She had argued for 3 straight minutes before giving it up. "It's my kid's blanket," she told the officer. "I understand. He's sick. I understand." "No, You keep saying that like it fixes it. Officer, a young woman with a calm voice and tired eyes, finally crouched in front of her. Ma'am, it may have chemicals on it. Dirty water, detergent, possibly electrical residue. It could be evidence, and it might not be safe to bring home tonight. Nina stared at the bag. The green trim pressed against the plastic, dark and twisted. Then she covered her face with both hands. Not loudly, not theatrically. Just folded inward for a few seconds, like something inside her had stepped out of the room. I wanted to comfort her. My body did not move. Maybe because I was tired. Maybe because I knew any sentence I offered would sound cheap against a child asking for a blanket that was now tagged and sealed beside a patrol car. Then her phone rang. Signal had returned as soon as we got outside, because of course it had. She answered so fast, she nearly dropped it. Mrs. Alvarez. Is he? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm outside. No, don't bring him here. Please don't bring him here. Her voice cracked on that last part. She turned away from the lights and lowered her forehead against her free hand. Tell him I'm coming. Tell him I got delayed. Don't tell him, just say I'm coming. A paramedic tried to look at her hip where she had fallen. She waved him off until he said, "You can call and get checked at the same time." That worked. Practicality was the language she still trusted. Eddie Loomis, 56, male, was less cooperative. His right forearm had swollen around the place where the pry bar hit, the skin already turning purple beneath the hair. He sat on the rear step of the ambulance, jaw locked, while a paramedic fitted a splint and asked him to rate his pain. 4, Eddie said. The paramedic looked at his arm. Try again. 5, sir. 7, Eddie snapped. Happy, thrilled. Eddie looked at me like the paramedic had personally betrayed him. It's not broken, the paramedic said. It is almost certainly broken. You got X-ray vision. No, I have eyes. Nina laughed once from the curb, short, wet, exhausted. Eddie heard it and looked embarrassed, then relieved, then embarrassed about the relief. Kyle Berman, 19, male, sat inside the ambulance with a blanket around his shoulders and his bare feet wrapped in gauze. He had gone quiet after the police separated him from the bearded man. Every question made him flinch before he answered, as if words might have consequences he couldn't predict. The attacker's name was Leonard Voss, 43, male, from McKees Rocks. That came from one of the officers after they found his wallet in the Carhartt jacket pocket. He had worked on and off as a subcontractor for small repair crews, including a refrigeration outfit that had done jobs in South Side bars, corner stores, and apparently buildings where questions were not asked if the invoice was cheap enough. KRM wasn't Kramer Refrigeration exactly, Eddie told police. It was Kramer Repair and Mechanical, which made him look sick when he said it. They had sent someone months earlier to inspect a dryer vent issue behind Suds and Sons. Eddie had signed the work slip. The owner had paid cash because cash came with a discount. Did Voss work that job? The detective asked. Eddie looked at the broken laundromat window, then at the wet floor shining inside under emergency lights. I don't remember. The detective waited. Eddie rubbed his uninjured hand over his face. Maybe. That was how most of the night went after the violence stopped. Not with big revelations, with small, ugly admissions. The fire department found the bypass behind washer 8, exactly where we said it was. A remote outlet switch had been zip-tied to a pipe and wired into a line it had no business touching. The line ran through an old service channel behind the dryers and disappeared into the wall where a previous repair had left a loose access plate. It had not been genius. It had been reckless familiarity. Someone had known the building well enough to hurt us with it. The firefighters killed the power properly from the exterior shutoff. After that, washer 8 became just a machine again. Heavy, stained, still open-mouthed. That should have helped. It didn't. The police found Voss's pry bar, Kyle's torch, Eddie's utility knife, the broken mop handle, the shattered window glass, and the roll of quarters scattered under the folding tables. They found the photo from the envelope, damp and bent, in my jacket pocket because I had forgotten I was still holding it. An officer took it from me with gloved hands and placed it in a paper evidence bag. "You took this out of the washer?" she asked. "Yes." "Did anyone else touch it?" "Yes." "How many people?" I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because the truth was ridiculous. "All of us," I said. "Basically all of us touched everything." She nodded like she heard that more often than TV suggested. Kyle told them Voss had accused him of stealing a ledger from the black backpack. Kyle insisted the backpack was his. The ledger, he said, wasn't. He had never seen it. He had come in with dirty clothes, his laptop, jewelry-class tools, and a portable battery pack. Voss had watched him from the folding tables. When Kyle went to the bathroom, his backpack was gone. When he confronted Voss, the box cutter came out. "I thought he wanted my laptop," Kyle said from the ambulance. "I told him he could have it. I didn't care." The detective asked, "Why would he think you had his ledger?" Kyle shook his head. "I don't know." But Voss kept repeating it. Even handcuffed, even with blood running down his temple from where he hit washer 8, he kept saying, "He took the book. Ask him where the book is." The officers found Kyle's laptop, his clothes, the torch, a sketchbook full of ring designs, a portable charger, 2 protein bars, no ledger. They searched the red cart, the sidewalk, the area under the machines, the service hallway, the office drawers, the bathroom trash, even the clogged front drain once the water lowered. No ledger. That was the thread that stayed loose. At around 2 a.m, they loaded Voss into a police cruiser. He had stopped shouting by then. He looked dazed, his cheek swelling where the remote switch box had hit him. As the officer ducked his head into the back seat, Voss looked past her at the laundromat. Not at us. At the building. His mouth moved. I couldn't hear the words over the ambulance engine and the firefighter dragging hose across pavement, but I knew the shape of the sentence anyway. The book. Maybe I imagined it. I probably didn't. Nina refused transport because she needed to get home. So the paramedics cleaned the cut on her elbow, checked her hip, and made her promise to go to urgent care if the pain got worse. A police officer drove her home after taking her statement. Before she left, she came over to me with a borrowed thermal blanket around her shoulders. "You okay?" she asked. "No, good. I was going to call you a liar if you said yes." I tried to smile. It didn't work right. What about Mateo? Mrs. Alvarez says he fell asleep on the couch. No blanket, just mad about it. Her mouth trembled, but she held it together. That means he's okay enough to be difficult. That's good. Yeah. She looked back through the broken window toward washer 4. I hate that place now. Me too. You going back? I didn't answer. She touched my shoulder lightly with 2 fingers, avoiding the blood, the gauze, all the places that hurt. Don't be brave about stupid things, Maddie. Then she got into the cruiser. Kyle went to the hospital because his feet had small glass cuts, and because, as one paramedic put it, you spent part of the night trapped in a dryer, man. Let somebody check you out. Eddie went too after pretending for another 10 minutes that he might not. I ended up in the same emergency department, sitting under bright lights while a nurse irrigated my palm and told me to look away. I did not look away. That surprised me. The water stung. The antiseptic stung worse. The stitches near my thumb felt like pressure more than pain, which was somehow worse because my mind had room to fill in details. Eddie was 2 curtains down, grumbling while they set his arm. Kyle was somewhere farther back, giving another statement to an officer who kept her voice low and patient. Nina texted me at 3:18 a.m. Home. Mateo asleep. Blanket substitute rejected. Used my hoodie. A minute later, he says your laundromat is bad. I typed back with my left thumb. He is correct. The official version formed slowly over the next few days. Leonard Voss had been using service access at several small businesses to hide things, move things, maybe track cash pickups for people who did not want banks involved. Police did not tell us everything, which was both understandable and irritating. There were rumors, because South Side runs on rumors when the bars close. Stolen copper, illegal gambling machines, pills hidden behind soda coolers, protection money from after-hours clubs. The words changed depending on who wanted to sound informed. What I knew was simpler. He thought a ledger had gone missing. He thought Kyle had it because Kyle's backpack had been near washer 8 when Voss came back looking. He rigged the machine to create pressure, confusion, smoke, motion. He blocked the door to control where we could go. He killed the phone and internet by unplugging or cutting something in the service channel. He used what was already broken about Suds and Sons, the lazy repairs, the illegal deadbolt, the bad camera system, the cluttered back hallway, and turned it into a trap. The owner, Mr. Salerno, showed up the next morning wearing a wool coat over pajamas and told the local news, "We are cooperating fully." That sentence made Eddie angrier than the broken arm. He cooperated with nothing for 7 years, Eddie said, when I visited him 2 days later with coffee. He cooperated with a locked alley door and a camera system full of dust. "Are you quitting?" He looked at the cast on his arm. "Are you?" "Yes." I hadn't known I was going to say it until I did. He nodded once. "Good. You?" He looked out the hospital window toward the parking garage. "I think I'm done pretending cheap is the same as fixed." That was as close as Eddie got to a confession without a lawyer present. Suds and Sons stayed closed for 3 weeks. Yellow tape went up first, then plywood over the front window, then a city notice on the door which people photographed like it was public art. I walked past once during daylight because I told myself I needed to see it without emergency lights, without smoke, without washer 8 making the floor shake. In daylight, it looked smaller. That bothered me. The laundromat sat between the vape shop and the narrow storefront that sold phone cases. Just another tired business with a plywood eye. The sidewalk had been washed clean. No glass. No coins. No blood. No blue detergent slick under the door. Someone had moved the red cart back inside, visible through a gap in the plywood, stacked upside down on a folding table. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds. A bus hissed at the curb behind me. A cyclist shouted at a rideshare driver. Somewhere down the block, a delivery truck backed up with 3 sharp beeps. Normal sounds. I used to like normal sounds because they meant the world had rules. Now, they sounded like cover. Nina texted sometimes. Not a lot, just enough. Mateo recovered from the stomach bug, then developed a deep suspicion of washing machines, which I respected. Kyle sent me a picture of his stitched foot, and weeks later, a silver ring he made in class. It was ugly in a sweet way, lumpy at one edge, he wrote. Didn't use a torch for this one. Eddie called once to ask if I remembered where the owner kept old maintenance invoices. Why? I asked. My lawyer wants them. Your lawyer. Don't make it dramatic. Eddie, you said lawyer. I'm hanging up. He didn't. We talked for 12 minutes about nothing, which meant we were talking about the laundromat without using its name. As for Voss, the police charged him with assault, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, arson-related offenses, and enough burglary and tampering counts that the news stopped listing them. His public defender argued mental health and paranoia at the first hearing. Maybe that was true. Maybe not. Desperation and calculation had both been in his face that night. I stopped trying to choose one. People wanted the machine to be the story. That was the part that annoyed me most. Online comments called it the haunted washer. Someone posted a blurry clip from across the street where the police lights flashed against the broken window, and the caption said, "Washer, stop spinning." South Side curse. No, it stopped when I yanked the rigged switch. It spun because a man made it spin. It became dangerous because bad wiring, cheap ownership, ignored repairs, and a locked fire exit gave him the tools. That should have been less frightening than a curse. It was, because curses are rare. Neglect is everywhere. A month later, I took a day shift job at a medical records office in Oakland. Beige walls, badge access, vending machines that mostly worked. The copier jammed twice my first week, and both times I had to step away before fixing it because the sound of rollers grinding paper into itself made my skin tight. I still do laundry. Obviously, life has a way of forcing ordinary rituals back into your hands, whether you trust them or not. I go to a newer place in Squirrel Hill now, bright and expensive, with app payments and security cameras that actually record. I stay until my cycle finishes. I don't leave clothes unattended. I check the timer too often. The first time a washer sat at 0001 for longer than it should, I nearly walked out without my sheets. Then it clicked off. Door unlocked. Normal. I stood there with one hand on the machine, feeling the last vibration fade. A woman folding towels beside me gave me a polite little smile, the kind strangers offer when they catch you being strange and decide not to punish you for it. I smiled back. Almost ordinary. A few days after that, I got a call from Detective Harris. She asked if I could come in to look at some recovered property. They had found items hidden inside the wall cavity behind the old dryers at Suds and Sons. Receipts, cash envelopes, keys that didn't belong to the laundromat, and 2 notebooks. Is one the ledger? I asked. One appears to be, and the other, a pause. Maintenance notes. From Eddie? No, she would not say more over the phone. I went in. I looked at photos. I identified the machine log from our office, the one with Eddie's handwriting about pennies and E17 errors. The detective showed me a second notebook in a clear plastic sleeve. Narrow, water-stained, filled with dates, machine numbers, and short phrases written in black pen. Most were ordinary enough. 8 runs hot, back gap accessible. Camera blind at 11:40 if lights flicker. E keeps keys on desk. Girl closes Thurs/Fry. Watches timers. Girl. That was me, probably. I read that line 3 times while the detective watched my face. Do you recognize the handwriting? She asked. I didn't. Not Voss's marker scrawl. Not Eddie's square block letters. Not the owner's looping signature from payroll checks. No, I said. That was true, mostly. There was one line near the bottom of the page, dated 6 weeks before everything happened. If 8 spins empty, she notices. I asked for a copy. Detective Harris said no. So I carry it in memory instead, which is worse because memory has no edges. It doesn't stay in a folder. It comes with me into bright laundromats and office break rooms and apartment basements where pipes knock after midnight. Suds and Sons reopened under new ownership in the spring. I did not go inside, but I walked past once. The plywood was gone. The windows were clean. The sign had changed to Carson Street Laundry. New machines lined the wall, white and glossy, with digital screens that glowed blue instead of green. Washer 8 was gone. Or maybe the numbering changed. Maybe that mattered less than I wanted it to. A woman stood inside, wiping down a folding table. A man loaded towels into a front machine. Everything looked safe in the way new things look safe before people start making compromises around them. As I passed, I heard a washer go into spin cycle. Just one, a low, rising hum behind the glass. I kept walking. At the corner, I stopped and checked my phone for no reason. Full signal, clear night. Traffic moving normally toward 18th Street. Behind me, faint through the clean new windows, the spin cycle continued. Then it stopped. A door clicked open. Normal. I told myself that. I still waited for someone else to walk out first. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.